can it stop doing that? Just, it won't stop doing that. I'm like, come on, man. Like, just... I don't know how best to describe it other than, can it please stop doing that? Oh, it's like, come on, man. I'm trying to... I don't know why, but it's really getting to me that it won't stay on the main menu, you know? It's just like, or like on the screen. I'm like, dude, just loop the music, please. Tap the touchscreen, man. Can't remember the last time. I know I can think of the only other time I picked up a DS recently would have been. I picked up my DS recently for the Pokemon Battle Revolution stuff I had on the side, just in case we needed it. Because I did find out how to do rentals in that game, but yeah, I did load up my DS for that. Have I used my DS for much of anything since then? Not really. Can't really think of any other. I think the only other game I can logically pinpoint as, oh yeah, this might be one I need to get out the physical paraphernalia for. I do need to at some point, important part, some point. I need to play Spectrobes on stream because I think they're still upstairs. I have those special cards that let you get certain Spectrobes early. I never got to finish that game. I think I got like there are a lot of games I grew up playing that I just never finished. And I feel like streaming has just been me slowly but surely going through and finishing all the games I never beat as a kid. Along with a bunch of other ones I didn't even get to see at the time. Also, Naroctum, how's it going? How's the setup look? I hope everyone's down for me using the big DS again. It's been many an age since I used big DS. Question: do I have that image up? Okay, so this one just has a black background. I see. One of these days I might need to update this asset with the intent of making it so that this is big DS against the wall instead of being in the void as it is. But maybe that's just because I like my continuity of the library more. I don't know why, I just like the image of like we just have like a pitch dark room with a giant DS in the middle. It looks like a Minecraft crafting enchantment table with like the book floating in the middle. It's just big DS. I don't know why, but as a teenager I used to think it'd be very funny if they made the Nintendo 1DS where it's just a giant DS. Because the 2DS I thought was rather bricky, and I thought that it would be very funny. I always thought it would be very funny if they made something like... I guess that's what the Switch ended up being, huh? Just big screen, giant thing compared to the DS. Also, hi. Hope everyone's doing well today. It won't stay on the main menu, so we're gonna just play ball. Okay, we do have one conundrum. And that is, who is this boy we are naming? He's clearly not Isaac, because this is boy. So if we're gonna name him, if we have to name him something that's not... It's like, do I break my usual rule of naming my character, every single character I play as Roy? Do we break that rule for once and name him something else, or do we... Do we name him like Isaac or something, just to be a bit of a jerk about the fact that we didn't name Well, I just realized, because they kept our stuff in the first game in... The first two games were connected quite tightly, and I'm guessing this game doesn't do that, so... I don't know, did this game have the... I'm gonna look this up really. I'm gonna make sure I don't see any plot things, but... Did Golden Sun Dark Dawn have, like, the Game Boy to DS connectivity? Because I remember that was a thing that... Okay, can I just say, I haven't looked up Golden Sun Dark Dawn on its own. And for some reason, the fact that I've seen many things saying... the first thing I see in, like, on the Reddit post is, what is it about this game that is so bad? And I'm like, bro, that's a rather emotionally charged opinion on a game. What the heck is wrong with people? Why are they so upset about Golden Sun? I'm trying to see gameplay. Do they have... Features the Jin system. It does not. Okay, so there is not... Okay, so they don't have the... There's no Game Boy to... I remember that was something that Pokemon did really well. I think Nintendo mainline had a lot of games that did the Game Boy to DS connectivity. I think Pokemon specifically was like very like specifically like, hey, we need this. So, dang, a 10 stream streak now. Oh, that's awesome. Holy crap. Okay, what do we name our boy here? What do we? All right, I guess the question: do we go with Roy as our usual, or do we put a spin on it? Do we call him like Roy 2 or Roy Jr., or do we like? Should I actually come up with a different name? Because if he's gonna be an Earth mage again, probably should be something like rock related, maybe. I don't know. Does anyone have like an opinion one way or the other on on naming this boy? I'm enjoying a 7-Up because I'm a bit sleepy today. The usual works? Alright. I feel like one of these days, I do need to go through and... I need to get around to that one there's that one tier list I wanted to do, which was doing protagonists and comparing them. I feel like it's kind of funny. As much as characters you name for yourself, as much as they're supposed to have no personality, I've been really liking a number of role-playing games where you can name the main character, but they clearly have a personality of their own. I think the Persona boys do this very well, where if you follow the personality of the actual Persona main characters, oh my god, they are such idiots. It's amazing. It's like they're so fantastically smart at certain things, and then they act like such idiots when it comes to like talking to people. It's hilarious. I think Persona 3, the default name is Makoto. That boy is just such an idiot. He's such a goober. I love him. That's a good boy right there. But it's like you watch them and you're like, oh, okay, they got, you know, it's like you can play them to be cool or, you know, be suave or whatever, but it's like you actually look at their default, like what would be the default answer, and these boys are just they're so freaking dumb. It's so great. It's the perfect teenager. Like, it's the perfect teenager, though. I feel like becoming an adult has been me realizing that not only were both of my parents entirely correct in regards to, hey, teenagers are kind of dumb, to, as a writer, looking at it like, dude, if I write a teenager, they have to be reckless, impulsive, and awkward. And it is very easy for me to tap into that because I grew up when the internet publicized stupidity. It was like... And it's not even just the internet. TV did it too, because we had the rise of reality TV. Is this name okay? I love the smiling face. That's so good. Okay. Oh, don't tell me this whole game's on the bottom screen. Let's see. Long ago, the ancients of Weyard discovered the secrets of alchemy. Found that all life in Weyard was based on the 4 elements: earth, wind, fire, and water. And heart. They forgot that one. They used their knowledge of alchemy to forge a dazzling civilization from the elements, and the ancients made their wildest dreams come true. They invented paper. And then began the nightmare of alchemy. Oh, this music's really good. I'm liking the music. Let me know if I need to turn it up or down. Abuses of alchemy threatened to tear apart their entire civilization. They got 3D in here. So the ancients did the unthinkable. They sealed away the power of alchemy so no one could use it. Civilization was saved, but the physical world itself began to die a slow death. Oh, this is what we fixed earlier. But the ancients didn't realize that alchemy was what held Weyard together. This is what we stopped in the first 2 games. Without the force of alchemy, lands went barren, seas went dry, and the planet began to crumble. The civilization itself fell into the darkest of ages until that came before its final fatal extinction. The ancients had sealed away alchemy to save civilization, but they had doomed Weyard. These effects are pretty good. For the DS era, this is really nice looking. This is a pretty good looking game for the DS era. This is pretty nice. While the oceans churned and life on the continents slid slowly towards oblivion over the eons, a legend was kept alive that held the key to Weyard's survival. I have a question. Do you think this is like... I'm trying to think of how, if 4 elemental lighthouses could be ignited, their energy would trigger the Golden Sun event over Weyard. The Golden Sun would unleash the forces of alchemy, saving the world. 30 years ago... 30 years?! Group of heroes did save the world with the golden sun, but now a shadowy threat is spreading. Unfortunately, they were not expecting the fifth element, darkness. This is a very cool introduction. Cool. I will say the top screen not lighting up is kind of concerning me, I'm not gonna lie. Ooh, hey, we got 3D in here. Look at that. Wait. That building looks really modern for where we are. What the? Wait, oh, no, this is a ship. What the? They got blue ships in here now? I think it'd be more specific to say that why do they have it? It looks like Bowser. It's like Bowser's airship. It was made by a brutalist architect. Nice bird. Good bird model. I don't know why. It's like I feel like introductions. Has been 30 years since the Golden Sun event over Weyard. The world was saved and changed. 8 heroes took part in the quest to light the elemental lighthouses. My brain really had to catch up for half a second there because I forgot to include Felix. I was just like, oh yeah. 4 of these brave warriors were from the town of Vale. The warriors of Vale, as they were now known throughout Weyard, are praised and blamed for their efforts. I feel like they had long lived at the foot of Mount Aleph, home to a people charged with a sacred duty from the ancients. That was to protect Soul Sanctum, where the forbidden keys to the elemental lighthouses were hidden. But also home to the godlike wise one who protected Weyard. Ah yes, the wise guy. You know what's funny? I feel like text crawls are... I have opinions about text crawls, but I'll keep it for a moment. Vale kept the Sanctum secrets for generations, ever vigilant against the return of alchemy. But the warriors of Vale were among those who pursued its the forbidden return of its power. I was reading too fast. Because of their courage, the world of Weyard was saved 30 years ago. Can I just say, this game has said the word Weyard way more than the first 2 games did in general. But while Weyard was saved, the new dawn of alchemy was anything but bright. For while alchemy brings life, it has also unleashed chaos. I don't know why, but the fact that when the Golden Sun event happened, raw power exploded in the sky above Mount Aleph. You know what's really funny? I do remember all of this somehow. Mount Aleph was mostly destroyed by the explosion, and not a trace remains of the peaceful village of Vale. The people still survived, though, because I remember they evacuated. I do recall that bit. The planet itself is still caught in the violent throes of rebirth. Natural disasters continue to torment the people of Weyard. Yeah, I think they said the word Weyard in this intro more than they did in the entirety of the first 2 games. They actually just want to keep reminding you that it's like, hey, this is Weyard. Do not forget. But the survivors live on, driven to new desperation. The good people of Vale, though forced to resettle, continue their sacred vigil. they have built a new village on next to the giant crater that is Mount Aleph. They persisted their duty to Soul Sanctum at Mount Aleph, or at least what remains of it. It's like 5 rocks, and Kraden just... Wait, is Kraden still alive? He was old. He was an old fart when we met him. 2 survivors live near the crater where Vale once was. The area rocks with eruptions, but they still watch Mount Aleph with the newly upheaved... from the newly upheaved Goma Plateau. I feel like some of this information is delivered in a way that's not as smooth, but it's mainly because it feels like physical description should come a little bit differently. They're Isaac and Garrett, 2 of the warriors of Vale. These men praised and blamed for the dawn of this new day. Study the after effects of the Golden Sun carefully. Can I just say, seeing Isaac and Garrett there is very cool. That is very nice. Good to see that they have a job after being teenage heroes. From their lookout cabin, Isaac and Garrett also train their children to be powerful warriors. But this world will soon need a new generation to face the darkness of this new dawn. That is a very... It's kind of a cheesy way to say it, but that's really nice. I like that. That's a good one. Can I just say, the fact that the screen does not... That the text doesn't go up off the second part of the screen, too. Oh. There we go. Oh, so that's the main menu screen. Okay, cool. That's nice. I like it. I like it. Honestly, good intro. I think what I was gonna say though is I think text crawls have a weird place though, because exposition is a very hard thing to it's a very hard thing to do without feeling like you're just like sitting the player down for a history lesson. And this one, it feels kind of like they're just trying to catch you up on what you were seeing, on what you've seen. The heck? Oh, that's wow. he got the okay. Can I just say the fact that Isaac? I think it's really funny that Isaac has the glow up route that Rex from Xenoblade has, where it's like, all right, just put on like 40 pounds of muscle and a beard and like no mustache, only a beard, and get the hair a little longer, and that's all you do to make adult version of this character. Going from teenage like string bean to the Giga Chad. But oh, man, is the upper screen, if the upper screen's gonna be a status screen, that's not bad, but that's a lot of wasted screen space, my guy. Oh geez, what a relief to have that journey behind us. Let's drop our packs here, son. Oh man, I'm just trying to imagine getting stronger, Roy. That will serve you well, since life here at our cabin isn't easy. As you explore, you'll discover many new people and places. Tap names to get more details. You can also use L and R to view these special insights. When you look at an entry, you'll be added to your personal encyclopedia. Okay, so can I... Roy, this young man is a promising Earth adept, just like his father was when he started his adventure 30 years ago. Just like Isaac, who led the famous Warriors of Vale, Roy is a person of few words but strong convictions. Well, thank you for giving me a lot to live up to in that description game. Okay, okay, that's actually... Okay, I will... That's enough work for now. Let's call it a day. Okay, I will say, the upper screen actually being the... Like, the exposition and information screen. Funny thing, usually it's the other way around. So the fact they're using the upper screen, which has no interactivity, as the... Like, the non-interactive screen being the one where the information goes, and the actual gameplay being on the bottom screen, I think that's kind of neat. That's a pretty good move. Wow, he really is just... View of Mount Aleph today is spectacular. What a shame things can't always stay like this. Oh, that's really cool. Mountain, home of Soul Sanctum, mostly destroyed when the Golden Sun effect exploded above it. The mountain once stood over the town of Vale, which was obliterated by that cataclysmic event 30 years ago. Okay, I will say, it's funny that I do know that games nowadays do have a similar functionality like this. It does slow down cutscenes by a large amount, but I do think this is a very cool feature, because it means that if you need a reminder of certain information, or you just want to read, or you want to see a term that came up, that's actually a pretty cool way to do it, because there's some modern games that don't do this, and there are games that started doing this. Case in point, Final Fantasy 16 included a functionality just like this. I think it's really cool seeing this. That's neat. The explosive Golden Sun event all those years ago brought the life-giving power of alchemy back to the world. Okay, I'm gonna click these for the thing. We'll get the encyclopedia stuff. Might as well, you know. So I guess my understanding right now of how what's happened. One of the buttons lets you put a map on the top screen when you're able to take control. That's actually also really good. It's kind of funny. I knew more people I knew growing up had broken touchscreens, but not the top half of the game. I feel like this is one of those games. There are many games for the DS that are like this. This is one of those games where if either one of your screens is broken, this game would be unplayable 100%. If you had like a DS with like a cracked bottom screen, because, you know, touchscreen stuff, this would be so upsetting, because so much of this game's gameplay is going to be on the bottom screen. We were the ones who saved our world from destruction by doing so, but the Golden Sun also brought chaos. Okay, I do have to put down something here. We do not need him to repeat this information. Though our world has been reborn, people are desperate and they're driven to fight like animals. I gotta be honest, I understand why they're having Isaac tell this to his son. We absolutely did not need this to be repeated right after that big text crawl. While civilization is ruled by chaos, the land is rocked by eruptions that explode outward from Mount Aleph. Yes, we do know this already. I feel like this is one of those things where the text crawl should have been, okay, your exposition's done, just get to the story, you know, just get moving. All of our continent of Angara, even all of Weyard itself has changed so violently. I fear I know why. Yeah, because of the Golden Sun event. You've said it already. So this is Angara. Northern side is cold, while the southern part is very dry. Mount Aleph and the Goma Plateau are in the west. Weyard is the whole planet, right? Oh, God. Well, we'll probably see Weyard again later. It's fine. Need understanding alchemies at Mount Aleph within that place where it all began. Soul Sanctum. Funny that I actually missed the dialogue thing. But I feel like... I do feel like this exposition, you'll do wise when we watch Oliver Weyard. Let me grab the Weyard thing. World of Weyard is a flat disc-like planet composed of 4 elements. Oh, that's right. It actually is a flat planet. Oh, that's weird. I just remembered that. It just occurred to me. Yeah, it's a flat disc. Absolute being looks like a floating boulder with one central eye. He watches over Weyard and holds unimaginable power. Known to be the ancients as a philosopher's stone, a creature they forged through alchemy. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because I'm remembering now that, yeah, we met the wise one. Have mercy on us or give us some sign what we do next to save our world from chaos. I see beseeching. Oh, there you are, Isaac. Wise one this, wise one that. They didn't even change Garrett's design. They just gave him a mustache. My God. It's training in Psynergy. Oh my God, he got fat. Or no, that was just a camera angle. Poor guy. Look, wringing our hands and invoking the name of that godlike hunk of rock isn't going to help matters any. We did what we had to save Weyard. We released alchemy. Now its sheer force is out of control. I know, Garrett. That's why we must learn more about the Psynergy vortexes. Hang on. Okay, first off. Gotta read. He is Tyrell's father and a fire adept just like his son. He lives near Mount Aleph, helping Isaac monitor the area. I will say, I think one thing, the only downside with this stuff is that I need to read. It's like, I'll leave this up for a few seconds so everyone can read it or, you know, pause at their leisure, but interesting that I will say that it's interesting seeing that there are so there's literally weather events that are sucking the energy out of people and the world, but kind of weird. Vortexes come in the wake of the Golden Sun event. They're tied to the deadly morning. Okay, I will say, if this game has had any issue in the first... Okay, it's been 20 minutes. This is a lot of information to take in. A lot of world building. And a lot of stuff. Like, I know that the whole thing is, oh, grab the encyclopedia information and, you know, just read it later. But it does feel like, as a player, this is a lot of raw information without doing anything. Wolfman Ivan has made it a lot better by building us the Soar. Oh my God. I appreciate, you know what's the thing? I appreciate this feature a ton. It is driving me nuts how much information they are throwing at us right now. He and his daughter Karis are wind adepts descend to the Enemos. Karis? Oh, wait. How did I... Okay, I know this is going to sound mean for me to say it like this, but how did Ivan... Who did Ivan meet? I mean, he's older now, but like, how? Remarkable invention allows us Weyard to glide upon the wings. Soar wings are hard to make and so are quite rare. Quickly fly in search of Psynergy vortexes as they pop around the Vale area. Okay. You fly over the impassable terrain around Mount Aleph to reach Soul Sanctum. I think I'm starting to see something with this game's introduction. This introduction is very slow. I wonder if the wise one is even in Soul Sanctum anymore, given all the eruptions nearby. I feel like it's like we haven't... there are two things that are happening, like writing-wise, there are two things that are happening. We have gotten no characterization for anyone involved here. And we have gotten... And this is kind of... I feel like this game is almost banking on the fact that you've played the first two games to know who Garrett and Isaac are personality-wise. But that doesn't work because these are 30 years displaced. So I can't place the teenager version of Garrett, Isaac, Ivan, and her name is blanking on Jenna. I can't take their personalities. And Jenna, I can't even take her personality in general because I think because you don't spend much time with her in the first game. In the second game, it's weird to me that her and the Wind Adept in the Lost Age are like their characterization is very hard for me to remember well. Actually, I think both water adepts I have the same problem. I think that is one thing I have had trouble with. But I can see now that this game would be very bad at onboarding a new fan of the series. Like, you play the first two games, that you have to have played those two before you get to this one. So I feel like the characterization is hitting different. And again, he's not flesh and blood like us, so maybe this doesn't even bother him. He's probably dead because this vortex sucked out his energy. But I think that's something I'm noticing, is that the sheer, like, textbook of exposition they're hitting you with right here, this would be very hard for, like, a younger player, unless you're very into this world. It would be a lot to take in. This is a lot of reading. That's all the more reason we should take Sorwing lessons from Karis. Okay, I want to see, what do they have to say about Karis? Young Wind adept is long known Roy and Tyrell, often visiting them at their Golan Plateau cabin. Her father, Ivan, yep. Her indomitable spirit and powers of observation. Oh, so she got the third eye ability that he had. Every bit as disciplined as her father, so he couldn't be in better hands. Get off the roof of Tyrell. Well, she does look great. Young man is a fire adept following in the footsteps of his father Garrett. Is a reputation for being a troublemaker, but Roy is still proud to call him his best friend. I really hope that that's the case. Be down before anyone knows it, Karis. Oh, oh, no, what is his eyebrows? This boy is built weird. Boy's built a little silly. These stupid Tyrell slippery up here after last night's storm. Okay, hang on. I do see something I want to do real quick. Hang on. I'm gonna try and sharpen. I like to sharpen the. See if I can get it to look right. See if I can get it to look a little. It's like a little blurry, so I want to see if I can sharpen it up a little. That looks fine. Sorry, I just wanted to. I wanted to make sure the game looks a little closer to what it looks like on on the display. Also, it makes it a little bit. Yeah, I think that looks all right. You can fall for all I care, but don't break the Sorwing. Let me so uptight, Karis. I've got it under control. Do they not know that all three of us are down here, or is that just like fool son of mine has taken out Ivan Sorwing? Every now and then, you can use the emotion menu to communicate what you think. Use a smiling face to respond in a glad, easygoing way. Evil face to show you're very positive, even gutsy. Sad face to show you're feeling glum or troubled. Angry face to respond with irritation. Show... Don't snap at me, you're supposed to help keep my son in line. How... Can I just be real, Garrett? I don't think that's how that works. We've got to get that Sorwing from Tyrell before he breaks it. Just standing here, just having a good day. Oh, onward. Oh. Okay, I'm using the D-pad. Whoa. I like the little run. Man. What do you think you're doing, Tyrell? Oh no. Come up there. Come on. Alright. Oh. In your big mouth, Karis, they hurt us. Just in time, Roy. You're sensible kid, see if you can stop that blockhead. Get over there. Talk him down. Sorry, checking stuff. A lot nicer. Okay, I was just making sure. Alright, apologies. Alright. Lock him down. Okay. Can't be happy-go-lucky at a time like this. Go get him down. Interesting they make you tap the screen to... I have to remember it's D-pad only. Don't come any closer. Told Karis I don't want to take the Sorwing out for a quick spin, but she wouldn't let me. Conserve your safety, Tyrell. Flying without proper instruction is too dangerous. Even a wind adept needs special training to fly a Sorwing. You can't possibly pilot it yet. Come on, how hard can it be? You just jump into the wind and act like a bird. What? That's bird brain, so you're gonna drop into the like a rock to the valley below. You're wrong. You just don't have any faith in me, Dad. I'm fed up with people not taking me seriously. He's going to do it. There must be something we can do to stop him. It's beyond the reason. Our only chance is to render the Soarwing useless before he takes off. Not scared at all. Take off. You won't be able to return here to the plateau. You'll drop into the forest below. This is great, but wait, I really am dropping lower. Oh, now he gets it. Don't have the Psynergy to maintain altitude, Tyrell. Oh, I missed the thing. Oops. I missed it. I clicked wrong. Ad break. Dad and Isaac have the power to fly it. Oh, we're in an ad break, and he's... Can I leave this boy in the spin cycle for making such a unnecessarily boneheaded decision? Like, this is definitely... Well, we need the plot to render this thing useless and to also throw Tyrell into danger. So how about we just have him jump off a cliff? Put this boy in the spin cycle for 3 minutes. I'm gonna drink some water. Hang on. He can stay in the spin cycle for a moment. I need water. Yeah, he'll stay in the spin cycle for a moment more. Hang on. I'm gonna need to adjust my microphone and stuff. I noticed during I recorded a video today. I recorded the voiceover, and I noticed that sometimes my voice would kind of fade off if I turn my head the wrong way. Don't usually have that issue, but it's one of those things where it's like, gotta make sure that I don't turn too far away from the microphone when I'm talking so I don't lose it. But, you know. So, anybody see some good movie? Just leaving this kid in the spin slot. I'm sorry, Tyrell. This is a bad first impression for you. I think what's funny is he doesn't have... Because at least with Garrett, his his general hot-headedness was more of a... Like, it wasn't even hot-headedness. He was just kind of the more aggressive of the group. But even then, he wasn't super aggressive. He was pretty... He was able to keep himself back up, like, pretty easy. They're extremely skilled adepts, that's why. Information? I can. Those who use Psynergy are known as adepts. Adepts are the rare descendants of an ancient culture long since past. Wind adepts are especially rare. Kind of funny how wind is the element that's always rare. Like, there's the airbenders, there's like wind adepts. I feel like wind in most power systems is the one that kind of breaks the code on kind of like elemental weaknesses. It doesn't really work the same way, you know, because it's like because earth, fire, and water tend to have at least a correlated weakness in something else in the world. I feel like wind magic in general has this weird thing of it doesn't really have a weakness. It just doesn't do some things right, like a certain way. Also, where's that thing jumping at the bottom there? There's something at the bottom of the screen there. I don't know what it's going on there. You're not, Karis. You're an adept apprentice just like me. Apprentice adept. But I'm a wind adept. I'm already used to controlling the wind. Oh, it's true. I'm dropping lower. Spiraling faster. Help! This kid is... I'll be honest. I feel like Tyrell's giving me the vibes of here's your really annoying kid character who doesn't stop getting themselves in trouble. What a disaster. Tyrell won't last long in the forest. It's too dangerous. Easy now, we'll save him. We'd never just stand by and watch him get hurt. I've got it. He can fly over the forest valley, then land at the cave. That's his only shot at surviving. I better tell him quickly. Listen, Tyrell. He's just like, help me. You're already too low to make it back up here. You're right, what can I do? Okay, where's he going? Fly to the far side of the forest. There's a small peak there. Falling too fast. I can't get there, Isaac. Hope you're right about this, Isaac. There's no time to doubt yourself. You said you could fly, so fly. Fly to the cave, then take cover. We'll get to you as soon as we can. Think I can do it? Then I'll give it my best shot. Just go already. Don't waste another second, Tyrell. You'll all come and find me, promise? My son, I won't leave you to the wolves. Now get going. Fine, I'll head out, but you better come get me or else. Kind of reminds me, I don't know why, but the way he moves kind of reminds me of the airplanes in Diddy Kong Racing. Doing it, he's gone. Hope Tyrell can really make it to the other side of the forest. I'm still pissed at him. Yeah, that Garrett, my son has spoken. We better not fail yours. You have to let me and him go with you. Worried about my father's sword wing. It's so incredibly difficult to make them. You know how valuable the sword wing is, but you're responsible for Tyrell too. If I'd only kept better watch over the sword wing. Nonsense. My son is always acting like a fool. You're not to blame. Garrett, we should take them along. Can't be serious. They're just kids. I'm dead serious. They're willing to brave the forest below to help Tyrell. They have every reason to just let us take care of this, but they want to help. We've been training our children for, assuming their duty to look after the world. No offense to the kids, but they're going to slow us down. Tyrell's all alone down there. Tyrell's more resourceful than you give him credit for. He can fend for himself until you reach him. Say so. Alright, here we go. Going to give Tyrell such an earful for taking the sword wing. Alright, I've gotten you for a wind adept, Karis. Good, you'll need it out there. You're gonna move on if you want to come along. Head inside the cabin, gear up, and then meet us at the bridge to the east. Gear up quickly, we need to be on our way. I will say, it does kind of feel, at least from my perspective on this, from seeing the first two games, it does feel a bit like there always needs to be the... Isaac asked me to give something to you. What'd we get? Got a leather cap. Let me how you put that on. Watch how I look at your items and how I equip one. Touch the X icon. Select the items below to access your items. Okay, so the menus are... Got it. So the menus are... I will say it is... Okay. One more thing, you should save your progress in the travel log now and then watch how I do it. I understand. I will say this one. Okay, I will say this game. This game's. I think the start might be the thing that I'm a little bit concerned about. All right, let's see. Isaac says it's important to save frequently, so best that you get in the habit. Okay, thank you. Onward. Okay. Question: can I access the menu without? Got a short sword. Isaac's diary. It's been 10 years since the last morning moon, so the nightmare is due to return soon. The world must be ready. We must be ready. The morning moon is coming. Alright, well, that's good to know. Everything's kept very tidily. Ah, okay, we can just use the buttons. We don't need to touch the screen. Alright, good. Let's see. Travel log. I will say... very cool that they give you a summer. This game seems to be doing a lot of the little quality of life things that are very nice, like having the ability to read the lore in the middle of cutscenes is very helpful, and the summary on the save screen also very good. The fact that they probably had to make it so it's like, oh yeah, we play, you know, have this text on the top screen whenever you hit certain flags. Travel log control. If using a stylus, tap to select an item. Okay, yes. Thank you, game. I'm just reading. I'm genuinely just making sure I read. Items. Alright, whose item? Equip. Oh. We have the... so we've equipped the sword, the shirt, the hat. We have 2 herbs. Let's see. Okay. This menu does look like it implies a pretty... I don't know if we're gonna have a... I feel like it's going to be 4 people like usual. But if we have like 8 people, that would also be kind of neat. But we'll see. Status, encyclopedia, 21 over 179. Interesting. And it's alphabetically organized. Ooh. Okay. I give the game credit for having this be part of the game. This is very sick. Very cool. Okay, that's a very nice touch. All right, we'll save the game one more time. Saving to the game card. All right. I do think the tutorials might be a bit heavy-handed for this era, but I won't fault it too much for it. I think it is a bit strange, but it's not too bad. Nice stuff in here. What the heck? Got Sun Saga 1. What is Sun Saga? First part of the Warrior Veil story. If I use it, what happens? Or I use a Sun Saga 1. What the heck is that? Saga of the Golden Sun begins long before the transformative event happened over Mount Aleph in the village of Vale. The relics that could release the Golden Sun were hidden within a temple known as Soul Sanctum. Okay. And then came the day that villagers Garrett, Isaac, and Jenna set out to meet the local scholar of alchemy. It's just... So these are summaries of what happened. Stumbled across strangers in the shadows who desired to possess the relics of the temples. Ah. Yeah, I remember them. Oh, there's Kraden. They rushed to find the scholar Kraden, who said they had to find out if Soul Sanctum had been breached. Kind of cool that this is a way to be familiarized with the plot from the last game. The only priests were allowed inside. Kraden and his friends dared to enter the temple. Perhaps they found within the temple should have scared them away, but its mysteries lured them ever deeper. Yeah, so this is essentially... Julie couldn't resist with the spirit of adventure. Who wrote this book? Who wrote this, man? Someone wrote this book and had like a slant. Their final destination took them to the heart of the mountain where the relics of the temple had been hidden. Games sold about a third of the originals, and of people that played it, the ones that loved it really loved it, and the ones that hated it really hated it with no in between. They duped Kraden solving the temple's riddles for them. I remember. The guy was Felix, none other than Jenna's brother, who was thought to have drowned during a storm in Vale 3 years earlier. I do recall Felix. Thieves stole Jenna and Kraden away. And stole the legendary relics from Soul Sanctum, the Elemental Stars. Yes. Okay, so this lore is familiar to me. Isaac and Garrett left to fend for themselves inside the relic chamber. Their exit was cut off. They couldn't leave the chamber. It's funny because I'm remembering these bits in the game, but seeing it retold like this is very illuminating, because this book, this story in the game essentially is saying, here's what's important about the game's story in the context of what was relayed to them. A godlike wise one. Yeah, I forgot the wise guy was just a rock. And they were warped out of there. Wise will explain that Nightmare had been put into motion by the theft of the elemental stars. I feel like, Nahamha, to your point, I feel like I can see... I feel like the one thing... Let me check one thing really quick. What was the... I need to check what the distance was between Golden Sun... The Lost Age. When did the Lost Age come out? Because this is 2010. Okay, that might be part of it. I think 8 years of separation for a Game Boy game might be part of the problem. Because that would have been... That's a pretty solid amount of time to put between two entries of a game series. No, specifically in the 2000s. In the 2000s and the 90s and 2000s, if you were doing if you're trying to establish a long-standing role-playing game, you could not have such a big separation in game releases. Nowadays, I think longer game cycles are normalized. Not that I agree with it, but it is a thing that people are more accepting of, because games are bigger now and require a lot more resources. But because I'm thinking right now, Final Fantasy 9 and 10 were only separated by 1 year. Now, Square Enix has has a fair bit there, and I also know that Camelot also has an absolute boatload of games in their repertoire. Notably the sports spin-offs of Mario. I think a few other different role-playing series, and if I'm not mistaken, Camelot was busy at this time of their... They were really busy at this time of their, Camelot Software Planning. I'm gonna see credited games. I just want to see how many games they're putting out. List of video games developed. Yeah, they had... Yeah, the Mario Golf games for both the N64 and Game Boy Color. Golden Sun, Golden Sun, The Lost Age were only a year-ish apart. Not to mention, they also, in that same year, in the years following that, they developed multiple Mario Golf and tennis games. And they also, the thing that they did essentially was they were developing lots of games Seems like they had like a release basically every year, except for 2008, funny enough, and then 2011, and then Camelot's still around. They actually made the more recent sports games, but I would wager that money and resources were probably what factored into problems with these games being able to continue to get made. Oh, yeah, box. But I could definitely see that this game being polarizing would also cause... I imagine this game being polarizing would also make them very leery to make more of them. Because this is the kind of thing that would also... If a game is divisive, it is very difficult for a company to decide to keep making them or not. I think Division tends to be what stonewalls a lot of creatives. You know, if they make something, you can interact with the telescope, by the way. Ooh, let me go do that. Thank you. It's up there. Let me go look at it. Telescope. Would you like to look through the telescope? Yes, please. Why would I not? I gotta see what's going on. Mount Aleph, site of Soul Sanctum, glows intensely as it has for many years. Well, that's nice. That's a cool feature. But I feel like, in more recent memory, I can think of a lot of fandom brawls start from something dividing a fan base. Not just for video games, but for shows, for movies, for, you know, various types of mediums. And it's the sort of thing that can rip a group of people apart. Great, you're ready. Let's meet with Garrett and your father. Do you remember where to meet them? Yes. Okay, then lead the way. Head east from the cabin and then keep going for the cliffs. Paris joined your party. Okay, I do want to check something real quick. Psynergies. What do we have? Whirlwind, move, growth, retreat, and cure. So move, growth, retreat. We don't. I'm gonna guess we don't have a gin menu, so I don't think we do not. Okay. Question: can I make this map? Ooh, okay. So that map, the map is quite detailed. That's quite good. Okay. I doubt we're gonna have any encounters, so we're just gonna run. They're gonna tutorialize the battle, I'm sure. And those two should have no problem making their way down from our plateau by themselves. We'll follow at a distance. Yes, I get your plan, Isaac, but this has got me worried. Don't be. It's a great chance to see them in action, as long as they don't get in over their heads. No way. Too dangerous. This is a bad plan. They have to learn how to handle themselves. This is some practice session. My son is in danger. I have to reach him as fast as possible. Remember, my Earth Addict powers allow me to feel what's happening in the forest. Tyrell made it to the far side of the woods. He's taken shelter. Fine, you win. Wait, Isaac can sense that far away through the Earth? So do I have your word? I'll let them handle their own battles? Huh? Oh, Garrett, I want an answer. Yeah, we're eavesdropping. Don't look so shocked. It's the only way to find out anything around here. What the heck, Karis? What? Right? We caught everything. They're planning something for us, right? I'm ready! What a vote of confidence. I suppose you think we can trust them no matter what. We weren't. I mean, we were just strategizing, that's all. We decided to let you fight your own battles as we descend from the plateau. Suppose you want an explanation. Yeah. Alright then, I believe this is a great opportunity for you two to grow a little. Now that you know our big secret, how about we head down into the valley? We go down there, immediately get jumped by a wolf. Onward! Let's go! I'm going in. Just run right in. Head for the far path. That's the one that takes us toward Tyrell. The far path. This one? You say far path, what do you mean? This one? Goma Plateau 1F. Oh, hold on. Did I go the wrong way? Monsters are nearby. I can feel it in my bones. Stay on your guard. You're on your own against the critters in the Goma Plateau. Ready for this? I like the stupid smile. It makes me happy. Don't be too eager for a fight. Remember why you're here. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh man. Okay, okay, dude, okay, this actually does look really sick though. Look at that. Oh, and they got they got like the camera angle too. That's okay, this actually is a lot more sick than I expected. What the heck? This is actually pretty cool. I think Matthew's design is a little like, I think his scarf is lacking, but that's fine. Get that slime. Oh, we decide what to do here. Okay. 7. Okay. Spelled slime 1. Slime 2 attacks. Text. Okay, I will say the text is a. I'm just thinking of it as a handheld game. The text is a little small. Wooden stick unleashes critical strike, deals 9 damage. Karis mastered the wooden stick. What does that mean? What do you mean you mastered the wooden stick? Critical strike, deals 20 damage. He felt slime too. Got 4 experience points, 2 coins. How'd you like your first battle? Don't forget to exploit your Psynergy fully during battles. Okay, hang on, let me... Destroy the elements with the minus no Psynergy. Yep. I didn't grab that term last time, so it's good we grab it. Also, you can use it while exploring too. Psynergy will help you get past obstacles. For instance, you can use the Psynergy to move objects that bar your path. Let's press onward. There's no going back now. Can I just say this feels like the most insane tutorial because it feels like, all right, Dad is watching. He has the safety bumpers on. We are. I'm just thinking the first game, and even Lost Eight, like at least with, actually no. Let's start with the first game. Let's use the first game as our litmus test because that's where Isaac started. So Isaac and his friends go over to Kraden, and Kraden's like, hey, you want to go fight monsters and stuff? And then he's like, yeah, sure. And you go into a temple that is filled with insane traps, like a whole dungeon, and the most insane. That old guy was okay with those kids being in mortal peril. Like this is like, all right, kids, just be safe now. And it's like, this is the most like. This is very funny. I do like Karis. Why has Karis got the JoJo pose up? I like that. She's got like the JoJo pose of mages. Butter seed. All right, let's try using Psynergy. Whirlwind. Hit this guy. Oh, that just killed them instantly. Okay, never mind. That's just easy. That's easy damage. Okay, where is experience points? Am I going crazy? Hang on. Why is experience the thing I can't find? Where is it? Status. Why is she looks so blocky? She looks like a Minecraft character. Details. Can I see how experience 10? Okay, does it okay, no. Question, why is it experience? You need 4. Oh, you need to hover over it to get the. Oh, well, that's okay. I remember in the first game they had it so it just says next to, or you know, to next or something. That's not bad though. 14 more to reach next level. That's not too bad. I don't know, man. I think Matthew's design. I know his canonical name is Matthew. I think his design feels. It feels very simple. For what it doesn't feel simple in the way that like Isaac's worked in a way. I think you know what it is. He's lacking the pauldrons. He doesn't have the shoulder guards. He just has like the shirt and he has the gloves and boots, but he's missing the pauldron. I think it might also be the scarf. The scarf is like it's not as thick. It's like a tiny scarf. Why they deflate his scarf? I know a thing or two about giving. Okay, funny thing. I gave my main characters in Red Genie, they got a scarf. And theirs is like a twin tail scarf. They got the two tail going on thing. But you gotta have some thickness to your scarf. Like, what's the deal? Like, you can't give a character a scarf or something without it being like, it has to have the ability to be functionally able to cover the mouth as like a mask. If you can't picture that, what are you doing, you know? What are we doing here if you can't do that? Ah, the familiar noises. Okay, question. Can I... Oh, you can use the map up there. Okay, cool. Wow, they actually do just give you the full map. Look at that. I use... Oh, I need a equip Psynergy to my... Ha! There we go. That's very helpful. Wait, we get retreat right away? Okay, that's... I don't know how to feel about retreat being something we have right away. That feels scarf deflation. Well, it's like if you're gonna have a... Like, even for me in real life, the few times I've worn scarves... It's like, I always had it so it was up so I could pull it up or like over my face. That's like, it's not just neck protection, it's also face protection. That's the point. Move. Hold on, huh, good thinking. You're surprised, Garrett. He didn't think you'd figure it out so easily. Yeah. I love the dude. Good, Roy. It looks like you've known how to do this for years. Still, I bet Garrett wants to have the last word. Bet I do. Okay, when moving a rock like this, make sure to shove it all the way over the edge. As we made this test way too easy for him. Maybe, but it's just the first step. It's too simple. Anyone could have figured it out. Oh, this is about a test. Can you believe this? Both terrible, putting that in our way on purpose, right? You had retreat at the start of the other games too? Did I? I don't remember having retreat in the first game at least. I know the second game I think we had it. But I don't remember having it. Is it bad that I don't want to pull up like someone else's playthrough. I want to pull up the VOD of me playing it to be like, okay, now hang on a moment. It's like, now hang on a moment. Is this what? Actually, very curious. Can I find my Golden Sun stuff very quickly? Is the question. Golden Sun, the Lost Boy. Psynergy is the key. Use the Psynergy. Oh, I wish I could see the menu. I can't see it from here. I can't, I'm trying to find a moment when I'm looking at the menu. I can't find it. I wanted to confirm whether or not. He doesn't mind. He appreciates a good test. Alright, shove that rock out of your way. And just in case, let's take a quick look on how to activate Psynergy. Use Psynergy outside of battle. Use the X button on top to open the menu. Can I just say the fact that I already figured out a quick setup this is kind of funny. Select the Psynergy you want to use. You use certain kinds of Psynergy often. Assign those to L and R. Onward. Alright, there we go. Very good. Psynergy currently wields should cover your needs right now. Psynergy can be used in a variety of ways, so keep your eyes open for opportunities. Yep. Hey, maybe be worried you'll run out of Psynergy points if you use Psynergy while traveling. Your Psynergy points are replenished naturally while walking slowly but surely, so use it whenever you need to. Let's look over there. The area around Aleph brims with elemental power, which crystallizes the form of a Psynergy stone. Psynergy-rich mineral that forms over many years as elemental power slowly crystallizes. Adepts can regain points by touching a stone, which then shatters. Got it. Okay. I feel like the only reason I don't recall... Maybe the reason I don't really recall seeing retreat was because I don't... I'm trying to think how often I used it, but... I mean, I don't really need it. I can just go. We're just running off ahead. I feel like we could have we could just have Karis spam. Back. How's it going? It's going good, Julian. How are you doing? Hope all's good for you. All right, let's hit this guy. I guess if I'm thinking about the introduction to, I'm thinking about the first two games. I think the Lost. Here's the thing: the Lost Age feels like such a weird, like asterisk of a game because it feels like the Lost Age feels more like the extension of the. It feels more like the first game needed 2 discs, rather than like it feels like Golden Sun was a 2-disc game rather than being 2 separate games. Even though you had 2 different parties that you started from, it does feel like. It felt more like Golden Sun and Golden Sun: The Lost Age were like disc 1 and 2 of a 2-disc role-playing. It's sort of like Legend of Dragoon, or I know the Final Fantasy games use multiple discs in the olden days. So I think maybe that's what I'm considering, you know, is that it feels more like... What the heck is going on down there? But I definitely feel like... I feel like this game might be... They recommended I download an app to track emotions, so I'm getting notifications asking how I'm feeling and building up a history. That seems really... I feel like it feels sort of like a... Seems like the kind of thing that would also be good with a journal, but I see what the... Kind of bizarre that it notifies you to be like, hey, how are you feeling right now? Hey, that's just like... It feels weird to me, but I guess it's just a me thing. I don't know. Made it to the bottom of the Goma Plateau. Good work. I mean, it was like 5 feet. Oh, that goes well for you, Julian. You haven't reached Tyrell yet. That cave that Tyrell flew to is still a hike away. Thought we would reach the cave long before it got dark. Now we're in trouble. Never taking the kids into the Tanglewood. What is the Tanglewood? Tanglewood, this forest said to transform at night, changing into a wood that ensnares those brave or foolish enough to enter it after dark. Okay. Intriguing. 7 stream trick. Hey, very good. Well, we've never been in the forest at night either, but we have to find Tyrell, so let's press on. They had to be split in half because they got too big, so they were kind of disc 1 and 2. Also, Julian, that's, hope you're able to, hope that writing it down helps you. But yeah, Nahamaha, to your point, it's like, I feel like it isn't a detriment to those games. It's just that I think the way, and I think this is why I'm like trying to compare Golden Sun 1 to this game, because I feel like that's a better comparison. I think the Lost Age feels different. The Lost Age feels more like the second half of the story rather than a game that you are meant to start from the beginning with, as it were. But anyway, where am I going? But I think I'm seeing one of the things that might also be fighting this game a little bit is that it's trying to be it's trying to be an onboard point, but it's not quite able to. And with Golden Sun 1 feels it feels like it's trying to start from there and then work out, but it's just like, it's very strange. Like, I guess with this game, I think this introduction might be what might have kicked a lot of people a little bit. Don't like the looks of this. I guess part of it might well be also that it feels like it might be because it feels very similar to the introduction of that first game. Because this does feel, I think in terms of the characters, it feels very similar. But yeah, I feel like these two constantly tutorializing is causing some pain. Yeah, Nightfall, not good. The monsters that come out at dark will be on the prowl. This will make things more difficult for us. I'm sure we got it. Be more worried if I were you. This place looks dangerous. Better keep the distance. They wouldn't want to mess with me and you, Isaac. Not sure what to do about Roy and Karis at this point. We can't just leave them behind, Isaac. Of course not, but they can't go on ahead of us either. Monsters will sense that they're easier prey. Easier prey? Should we be worried? No. Not concerned. I guess it's useless to run scared now that you're in the thick of it. I feel like I'm going to play this character as the most unconcerned creature on the planet. It's like, oh, I'm sure we'll be fine. What's the worst that can happen? But I do think that I guess this start is tough times call for tough measures. We'll lend you some gin. Oh, we're going to get gin this year. Okay, so I guess this might be the thing that I feel like particularly for players who were at least if they were at least experienced enough to understand this, to understand role-playing games. Very attached to our gin, of course. You were planning this all along, weren't you? Let's borrow some gin for a little while. Using gin to battle will make us much more powerful. You remember how to use gin? Yes. Good, but we can never be too careful. We didn't offer too many benefits to miss any. Should have one of our Jin explain things. I'll have Flint explain it to you, just as he did when we first met him at the start of our very first quest. They've had... Wait, he's had Flint with him the whole time? Wow. Oh, I love these guys, though. I will say, I do still love the Jin designs, though. Okay, Isaac, you want me to explain how Jin work? You've got it. Look at this guy. Hello. Hello, I'm one of Isaac's Venus Jin. My name is Flint. What a lad. Known Isaac since the day he first left his hometown Vale. Don't have time for reminiscing, Flint. Please, just a primer on Jin. Always in such a hurry. Okay then, short and sweet. How to use Jin? Oh god. Okay, yeah, I feel like this might be the pug. I think this would be the part that would absolutely make a player roll their eyes. Especially if they played the first two games. If they played that first set. Span the 4 elements, yep. Base, yep, okay. When you set Jin on someone... Oh god, I was holding A, oops. So if you set Jin, it gives them abilities, it changes their class. That Jin holder stats, such as HP and PP, may change as well. Changing class gives you new Psynergy, while cutting other Psynergy. Experiment with classes to access new powers. Each Jin has a unique power. Throw a Jin into battle and this will help you fight. Now watch how to do this. I feel like these tutorials might be the thing that really... I think this might be the bit that divides players way too much. Like, this might be the part that unironically divided players. But enjoy you think about the development effort for the visuals, but also your own thoughts. I will say that... Whoa. After Jin fights, goes to standby. The classes and Psynergies are helped to grant a loss until it's returned to set status. Distribute Jin around the party and experiment. I will say... Can't pile us all on one person. We like to share it through the whole party, so and everyone benefits. Yeah, this is... I feel like, you know what might also be the part of this that is the explanation overdrive? This was still in the era when instruction manuals would have been the thing. Assign this status in the Jin menu. Why is standby useful? Because standby Jin can summon powerful spirits into battle. Anyone in your party can draw upon... yep. You know what's even funnier about this too? The summoning thing was something we exploited. We did exploit the summon mechanic in the first game. And the second, well, it was like, I think it was more in the Lost Stage that I exploited it explicitly. But the first game I did use the summon I didn't use the summon mechanic all that much. Yeah, no, that was what it was. The first game I didn't use it much at all. The second game I was absolutely spamming the like max power summons. The summon animations look sick though. That is sick. That Ramses animation is sick. I like that a lot. Jin res after summoning, they return to set status, restoring any class and stat changes. Did you understand everything I said about the benefits of set Jin and standby Jin? I understood it all. Do not tell me again, please. I don't need that. That wraps it up then. Thanks for showing us how it's done. Good work, Flint. I will say this. I think this... Okay, let's divvy up the Jin. Remember what Flint said about dividing them evenly? Yes. Good, because learning how to set your Jin is crucial. Yeah, all the new summon animations look great. I guess to the point of visuals, I think... Because one thing that is very true is that, to me, good visuals in video games feel like... It feels like you're pulling from multiple mediums to get this right. You're going to work from... A lot of our ideas come from the mixture of film and writing. Because a lot of our visual medium has been built off principles that have been experimented on for decades, centuries at this point. That stuff like stuff done for stage, stuff done for movies. The control of lighting, the control of the visuals themselves, color, and shape language. Like shape language, color language, those sorts of things are necessary to getting the visuals to look right. I think this game's, if there is one thing that I can immediately say is like this game has been already very good on, has been use of color has been pretty good so far. But also with characters being marked the way they are, I think the character's visual language is very good. I think that's quite strong. Let's hurry it up. Tyrell's waiting for us. Gather around those crystals. Okay, I have a question about what they're giving us. But I think making good visuals comes from an understanding of... Back when I started, I only had 1 Jin. You think you two are ready to borrow 6? Yeah. But you're taking this seriously. Using Jin properly is important. Either way, isn't it time we talked about who should lead us into the Tanglewood? You said Roy should lead, but I'm having doubts. I don't think he's ready, not for what's ahead. Roy shouldn't be the leader, then? Leading people into battle is never easy, kids. Back in the old days, Isaac and Felix were our leaders. Another one of Vale's Earth Adepts led a second party that joined up with the group's in the days before the Golden Sun. Felix's sister Jenna said this, and the scholar Kraden were others from Vale in his party who left his homeland and has not been seen since. Oh, they haven't seen Felix this whole time. And you know, your dad has never been the easiest guy to get along with. We've always managed to set aside our differences. We're a great team, especially in battle. Would you participate in a game jam? Itch has user-created game jams. I feel like if I had a free weekend, maybe. I know that one of the things I want to do personally is do my own sort of like solo, do a sort of game jam type thing for myself. I remember I guess the tough thing for me is I would probably want to work if I were doing a game jam, I would want to work alone. I did one when I was in college, and I worked with a group that I didn't quite find myself appreciative of. But I think in some degree it was mainly that a lot of my teamwork in college did not leave me with it didn't leave me quite with the best, didn't leave me with a good taste in my mouth for some of it. I've been looking for my people for a long time in terms of working, and I don't think I've quite found a group to work with yet. It's actually it's probably why I work alone so often. I haven't quite found a group to work with. I think once I find the team I really fit in with, I think that then I could work on a team with that, but what's on your mind, Isaac? Look, something caught your eye. Isaac? Huh? That was on your mind. You usually read them like a book. Even is a thick book half the time. Yes, thick book funny. Now, if you're done talking, I've had a thought. About the leader, who's it going to be? I'll be around the bush, say it already. Roy will continue leading, of course. Just brilliant. We're back where we started. You want him to lead. Garrett, stop. He'll lead, but now we'll help out in battle. The sun isn't ready to order around veterans like us. Are you? Why is so happy? You said you're not ready to lead them yet. Just listen. We'll only assist in battle if you really need help, but you'll still guide only Karis in battle. Okay. So I mean we'll jump in only if we think that they need us. Precisely. These warriors like us can swoop in fast if things get out of control. And you two should be fine. Okay, we're good then. Oh yeah, fair. Well, and it's like the one thing I recognize is that being an unwilling participant in a team, at least to my understanding, I think being a... Okay, we're gonna swap this so we have 3 earth. We're gonna put 3 earth Jin like so. Okay, do you want to check the status? Because guide encyclopedia status. Let me check Karis really quick because her class definitely changed with this whirlwind and slash. Because she's not a fire. She's not fire. She's the wind. Yeah, because she would prefer to be wind type, but 3 fire Jin is fine. But one thing I do recognize is that being a part of a team means that you are willing to synergize and work with your teammates. And the tough thing is that I think with creatives, it's hard to get especially eccentric creatives. It's very hard to wrangle them into a team without them wanting to take charge. For my part, I am very much a planner and a researcher. I am not the type to really like it when somebody... well, first off, I don't really like it when people goof off, because I have a hard time with that. But I also have a hard time when somebody doesn't plan. Or if I make a plan, if they don't follow it. So I kind of recognize that... I recognize my own prickliness to cooperation. comes from a desire to have done the hard part of planning early. And I think that has made it very hard for me to work with others at times. But I would definitely not say that that is something that is a fault of... I don't think other people are to blame for that one. But I do think that it means that at times it is hard for me to... It's hard for me to get to work with others in game jam situations. Harris, try using a Jin. Torch roasts your foe no matter his defenses. What's the issue? You like to plan, but others don't. Well, it's more so that I've run into a number of times where I will make the plan, and I will do the heavy lifting of that stuff, and then the people. This has been like just I've run into people where I've had issues with trying to get them to follow the plan I make is sometimes a bit of a pain. Question. It only hits one person. I mean, I don't really need to do that if I can just Psynergy. These enemies are the same as earlier, so I can just Psynergy and kill them in one shot. Pretty easy. It is cool seeing Garrett with his giant axe again. That's pretty good. Level 2. Oh, that's not too bad at all. Jeez. Wait, why didn't Karis level up? Why did she not level up? I have a question. I have a confusion. Why did you not level up? 6 more. Oh, that's weird. Huh. Alright then. But I think it's just one of those things where it's with game jams, you need to very quickly be onboarded onto a team if you're going to do something like that. But I would say that with a game jam setting in particular, it can also be that you might end up being less productive if you're on a team that you don't work well with. So it's nice to have an idea as to who you'd work with. But if you're doing a solo game jam, I feel like you just kind of avoid that whole problem in the first place. But because the whole problem is, oh, well, if I don't work well with others, it's like, oh, just do a solo game jam. It's easy. And by solo, I mean like just doing one and joining one up on your own. What is this? Bramble seed. Oh, that's nice. Can't shake the feeling that something's a little off here. Or force making me jumpy, I guess. Oh god. Will-o-wisps. And a wild wolf. Okay. Now the real question, how many times can I use this Psynergy? How many times can I use this Psynergy and defeat the enemies in one go? Ah, okay, not anymore. Good to know. I mean, granted, these guys are not that strong, so I'm not particularly worried about it. Use slash instead. There we go, easy peasy. But it's like, if the one thing I did find is that I had to temper a lot of my own peculiarities across time, because when I work on a team, you have to be willing to compromise. You have to be willing to talk things through. I'm sure something's off about this place, Isaac. What is Garrett talking about? We're not lost, Garrett. Forest at the foot of Goma Plateau is just living up to its diabolical reputation. The Tanglewood has us in its grip already, does it? Is that where the Tangle part of the name comes from? Exactly, and a forest that tries to ensnare you is a place to be feared. Or warriors of Vale, we can deal with it. I feel like, in particular, I feel like Garrett might be the one who throws that name around a lot. Alright, it's well after dark. We're caught in the clutches of the Tanglewood. Sinister gases here, the lack of bright starlight. The Tanglewood is now at its worst. Tanglewood earns its reputation from the way evil energy tangles up reality with corruption. People say that those with pure hearts can see right through all this corruption. This changes everything. The boy's in over his head. You should take over. You listening to me? This isn't some game. My son is depending on us. What is it with you? Now's not the time to stop and smell the roses. Don't worry, we continue through the forest. Only some trees have become corrupted. Are you sure, Isaac? There's a way to blaze a trail through the corrupted trees. They don't like what you're thinking. You need to use Fireball Psynergy. I have a question. It's reckless. The woods will catch on fire. Besides, it's possible for the kids. E. Are you agreeing? Sure, your dad has the power, but your Psynergy? No way. I agree, Garrett. It's possible to use a fireball to burn these dark trees. I told you. You must find a way to burn away the corruption which seems concentrated in these strange roots. Suppose you want me to give that a try. Throw a fireball, Garrett. Or you say please once in a while. Just do it. Interesting that you have to... Where do you want me to shoot one, Your Highness? Anyway, just use your Psynergy already. Should I aim it? Kind of curious what this is gonna do, but in a way I like to plan. Well, it's like, and I feel like part of it's also the... That didn't work. Too soon to give up. Try another spot, Garrett. I feel like, in particular, with... No good there either. Keep trying. I feel like Isaac just knows what's going on, and he's like, "Yep, all right, hit that thing with a fireball." I will say, I feel like this one. I feel like this particular. See, the path ahead is far less tangled now. To right. I always am. What the heck? Been right about most things for the last 30 years. It's infuriating. What do we learn here? The corrupt trees have become possessed by evil energy. Of course, you couldn't just come out and say that up front, could you? That'd be too easy. That'd be better with a fireball or two. Held your interest, didn't it, Garrett? Trees are corrupted by negative energy, which goes hand in glove. Darkness and extreme cold. Means that negative energy is vulnerable to light and fire. Monsters drawn to the dark, cold place. Okay, so light and fire also hurts them. You never know when these sorts of insights will prove a matter of life and death. Some of us have fire on hand. Only the weak spots of the corrupt trees will burn, so let's remember that. You'll need fire, but I'm sure one of you will be able to learn the fireball Psynergy. Whatever it was, you'll need at least one Mars Djinn set. Okay, so... Can I set that now? Oh, god dang it. Okay, I see what they're doing. I see what they're doing, and that kind of... Okay, question. Yep, okay, I see what they're doing. I understand what they're doing, and I don't... I'm like a little... Okay. I think this might be... I see what they're doing, and that's... It's smart, but it also feels to me like, okay, alright. Because I recognize that I am very I'm very stats focused when it comes to this game. And I would say role-playing games in general. For me, number go up. That's what I'm hoping for, right? Oh wait, come back. So I think having something like this where the game is explicitly saying you cannot win by just doing make your numbers bigger. That's an interesting one. Yeah, doing like game 2 and forcing interaction with the system. I think Lost Age did okay at doing it, but I think this game actively forcing it is probably better. Like this actively forces you to deal with it right away. Because I think Lost Age dealt with it, I think almost a little too late in some ways. But I think this game, making you deal with mixing your Djinn right away is probably for the best. I feel like this will definitely be for the best in general, though. Because now I'm already it's already established for me that I have to do this in ways. I think the thing I'm kind of catching is it feels a bit like Pokemon HMs, where if you need to get something, then you have to do so kind of like, not right away, but you have to do it kind of soon, I would say. It definitely feels like they want you to do this sort of stuff earlier. They would want you to they would want to make sure that you're like doing this stuff all the time. But I'm wondering how many of these Psynergies are going to be necessary for us to deal with the overworld. Shine? What? Try using a Jin. Shine strikes her. Oh, I see. He wants me to. I will not lie. I guess one other aspect of this game that might be also something I could see being kind of controversial would be that I feel like already the game has kind of proven that Karis, I think it's Karis and Roy fit right. Like, well, I guess Matthew, but these two characters fit exactly the same mold as the Earth and Wind Adepts from the first game, and that's not a bad thing per se, but it does kind of feel like, okay, these characters are not going to be that much different. But also, I would say that it also, I guess it feels like the characters are extensions of the same ideas. I don't know. I guess how do I best put it? Feels a bit like we're not really changing a whole lot from this point. Level 3. Why is there one? It says one red isn't set. What is up with that? See something. Is this set properly? This is one. It says. Very strange. That was the one that Garrett used. Oh, I see. Kind of funny that it shows up in our menu then, because we can't even use it, so that's kind of a weird one. Okay, hang on. There is the... Wait, no, I can probably just walk there, yeah? Ah! Okay, we'll just whirlwind, because that's easy. I do think for the screen size, I think the game might be a bit small. For our streaming purposes, this isn't large. You can technically use it for level 4 summons. Oh, okay, that's pretty good then. Just use it for immediately drop a level 4 summon on somebody for fun. Oh. Ah, I see. I understand. I have bloomed understanding. Question? Self-growth? We do self-growth. Oh. Aha. That's pretty cool. I do worry that, like, I worry a little bit that I worry if this game is going to do things right, then these puzzles are going to get way harder later for sure. And the other concern I have is, okay, if the puzzles don't pick up with the game at pace, how's it going to feel as we go forward, you know? Alright, pushies. I do think... I will say Isaac's character feels very... I would agree, though, that to the notion that Isaac's character feels very... He feels kind of plain, I guess. Almost a bit like... It kind of feels like his personality is not exactly what I would have expected from him at this point. Maybe it's just because we saw him as a mostly silent boy, so seeing him in this game being like almost like, I think Isaac might just be like frustratingly talkative in this game. I could see that being something that not necessarily like I don't think it would make that would be something that makes people super mad, but I do think it would be something that would probably get on some people's nerves after a certain point. It is a bit surprising how many different mechanics, though, we've used at this point. Because we've used 3 different Psynergies already. I know in the first game, Move was kind of the one we used in that first dungeon. There's the Soarwing. That's it, alright. So I'm betting Tyrell landed up there and climbed inside. Crashed the sword wing, it's broken. The wing is totally destroyed. It won't be flying anytime soon. What have you done, Tyrell? Could have been much worse, my friend. Think so? Absolutely. Still our children alive and well. Tyrell is nearby, Garrett. I'm sure of it. Thank the fates. At least he made it. Fates? Like plural? We need to find him quickly. Lead us into the cave. I do think as a tutorial, this is probably one of the ones that I would say is not the best tutorial. Energy points are fully restored. I would argue part of what makes this tutorial not work as strong as other tutorials is because the first game in this series actually had quite a strong tutorial for teaching players how to observe the world and how to handle it. Some of the teachings didn't last us the whole game. We had to learn what the game was asking us later, but I think this one feels a bit too... It might be that it feels very heavy. One aspect for teaching in games is just making sure that the player gets the chance to do the thing themselves. Giving them the chance and opportunity to learn by doing is far superior to telling. I think when it comes to pertinent plot information, it is necessary to tell, don't show. But when it comes to story, when it comes to how a player learns, doing is better. So it's kind of like when it comes to very pertinent, very important information that cannot be conveyed through a show of a demonstration, then you definitely want to tell. You definitely want to tell people stuff. But I find with games, the best thing you could do is give the player the controls and then let them tutorialize themselves. Give them a situation that lets them learn through doing. Where is Tyrell? Yeah, if you could hear us, son. Where did he go? Said he wasn't in danger. Are you sure? Don't panic, Garrett. It feels life force. Tyrell's somewhere nearby. He just fell asleep. It's too dark. We can't see anything. Something isn't quite right here. One time there was a Psynergy stone mine. We've seen so few of the crystals. Talking up to one more odd phenomenon we need to investigate. That is if we ever find Tyrell. Throw a fireball or two out there, Garrett. Light up this place. Just light up everything. Throw a fireball. Is that the Urple rock? What is going on over there? Why is there a giant Urple? Oh, Tyrell's back there. Psynergy vortex. Yeah, and it's just about the biggest Psynergy vortex we've seen in a while. Okay, I will say, when they said Psynergy vortex, I thought it was going to be something like a tornado, like a literal tornado. It's just a ball. What's it doing here? No idea, but be careful. Few things are as dangerous to adepts as Psynergy vortexes. Never seen one up close. The vortexes suck in any Psynergy that come in reach, right? Let's hurry onward. We need to find Tyrell. Look over there. It's Tyrell. He's passed out. He's lost consciousness because the vortex pulled the Psynergy out of him. Boy, serious to a fault. What do you do? Touch it? What were you thinking? Why would you send Tyrell to a place with vortexes? They've never appeared inside this cave before, not in all these years. You bet, had we known about this, I never would have told my son to come here. Quickly, you must go in armed with knowledge. The vortexes are pure anti-Psynergy created by exceptionally dense concentrations of Psynergy. Those are related to all the Psynergy stones that have gone missing in this mine. Okay, I have a question. Okay, so... Okay, so wait. Pressing whatever you have registered, if Weyard registered to opens and closes the map. I don't know why it's never mentioned in the game. Now, there are theories that vortexes, which appear in many places, merely foreshadow something worse. That's the reappearance of the morning moon, a single vortex of immense magnitude. Okay, the elemental lighthouses that triggered the golden sun are at the heart of the problem. I have a question. Well, I'll pop up in the map, but I do have a question regarding the maybe the vortexes, but how does a concentration of energy turn into anti-energy? Our old friend created beliefs. Is he a scholar of ancient alchemy? His theory is probably right. Old scholar is one of Weyard's foremost authorities on alchemy, Psynergy, and ancient cultures. Traveled to Warriors of Vale, and now he conducts his research with 2 young apprentices. Get in there and help Tyrell. Well, his theory isn't helping matters. Let's get in there and save him. Most corrupted plants of the Tanglers are growing next to the vortex. Awfully close to Tyrell. Hurry in there and save him with your Psynergy. If you need to throw a fireball, keep 1 Mars gen set, not on standby. I think with I guess with the tutorials here, the tough thing is that I think it might be that they repeat themselves maybe a bit too much. I think the repetition might be the thing that is harming some of that, I would say. Yeah, I think I need to use growth, maybe? I need to hit this one from over here. There we go. Good puzzles, though. I will say the puzzles have been pretty solid so far. I give the game credit that the puzzles are we're at least moving in the right direction. Okay, there we go. Ah. Tangle Bloom appeared. Okay, we could use Psynergies. I'm just gonna try hitting it with everything we can. We'll use some of the Jin later, because we can just try hitting it with some Psynergy and see how that does. 55 isn't too bad. Okay, yeah, that damage is hardly anything to worry about. 166. Okay, I feel like we're not going to need to worry about damage at all. Yeah, we can summon right now if we so desire it. Summon Kieran. I can just summon right now, might as well, you know. Yeah, I think this fight might be very easy because we can use both the summons and our Psynergy. Yo, that is actually sick. Look at that. Okay, that animation looks a little strange. That looked a little strange with the 2 screens not quite syncing up, but it's still cool. It's 107 damage. Firepower raises by 30. Tangle Bloom attacks. Oh man, I see Meteor and Tiamat. I remember them quite well. Let's see, Fireball. I'm just gonna keep hitting him then because we don't really have to worry. I will say, I think the fact that Isaac and Garrett are here, this boss fight does not actually feel like a proper test of our abilities. That was way too easy. I think that was way too easy. That felt very much like we kind of were handed that victory. That is the W that I don't think that's the proper first boss of the game. I think until we're kind of given the reins on our own, I don't think I'll trust yet that is how hard or easy this game will be. Because that definitely does not feel like a proper check. Alright, wake up. Just kick him. Errol's been drained of his Psynergy. Adepts need help recovering from such trauma. Just shove Psynergy in him. Give him the Psynergy. Alright, wake up, you doof. Oh, and I was having such nice dreams. What, you oaf? Is that the thanks we get? We were worried about you. Worried? Oh yeah, now I remember. You walked in here and got attacked by... Crashed the Soar Wing. The wing broke. It broke, Mark. You broke it. We were worried. We were sick with worry, Tyrell. But we found you. Glad to see me. You're a good friend. I'm just like happy to be here. We're all glad to see you safe, Tyrell. We should be thankful you made it through all this without serious injury. It would have delayed the start of your trip. My trip? What trip? We have to get the Soar Wing in working order as soon as possible. You're going to help us fix it. As much as I would like to shelter you, Tyrell, you've just gone too far this time. My father puts very rare resources into building that Soar Wing for Isaac and Garrett. We can make most of the repairs ourselves, but we lack major material to fix it fully. Rare material comes from the feathers of a very unusual bird. Bird? We need a feather from a mountain rock, a mammoth bird that roosts far from across the continent. Mountain rock. I remember single feather can provide enough material to... How big are these feathers then? Way off to the far side of the country of Morgul, in fact. Cool. Country occupies the northeastern part of Angara with the capital city of Belinsk at the center. Home to many wonders, from the tree village of Kalima to the ancient dock facilities of Port Rego. Trip will be difficult, but first we need to get you rested up at the cabin, alright? Okay, I have a question. Do we have to run the whole way back, or do we have a shortcut? Oh, we have a shortcut. This is a shortcut. Good on them. Alright, let's see. X? Yeah, there we go, map. The map reminds me a little bit of the Phantom Hourglass map. I think it's pretty good. It's a solid map. It's quite detailed. I like the grid. The grid placement is pretty solid. Good cartography is fantastic for some video games, I will say. Some games absolutely need some good maps. Secure the Soar Wing, then let's get back to the cabin. Yeah, I think Tyrell might be... I don't want to be mean to Tyrell, but I think he might already be sending him off on their own. I'm shocked, Karis. It's not like you to get so riled up. Look, I want to see my father's soaring fixed as much as you do. But you need that mountain rock feather, and you're saying how hard it was getting the last one. True enough, we had to travel through the swollen realm of Bilibin? All town has grown since the time of the Golden Sun to the point that it's now country. It's supposedly governed by the McCoy men. It's rumored the Queen Head's actually ruling the realm. Town is the major cross point between Morgul and Bilibin. Well, that's cool. Quest for the Mountain Rock Feather is long and hard, given how radically Angara has changed. But we need that Soar Wing fixed. Since Garrett and I have to stay here and monitor at Mount Aleph, leaves only the boys to fetch that feather for us. You know how hard we're working with your father to study the artifacts of the Golden Sun. How could I not? We have the busiest parents in Angara. So why is Karis not coming with us? And you know how vital the Soar Wing is to our efforts. Without it, we can't get near Mount Aleph. Maybe my own son to risk the Soar Wing. It's about time we got straightened out. A tough quest for the feather is just the thing to do it. But Tyrell can't do it alone, so I'm sending Roy with him. They're practically brothers. So I got dragged into all this. Are you looking forward to setting off with Tyrell? Yes. Never forget your first quest. Don't forget to keep an eye on Tyrell, okay? Garrett, we shouldn't delay them any further. The boys need to leave immediately. Look at that so soon. Our first quest began just as suddenly, Karis. 30 years ago, we were catapulted into action. We met Kraid in his study of Okay, wait, real question. So why isn't she coming with us? She's literally, like... Didn't our friend the alchemist say he would pay us a visit soon? Oh, he did. Oh, I know that look. You're hatching a plan. Kraden's just the thing. How with it, Isaac? Not that far off Vulcan's face means he has a good idea, usually, anyway. Kraden might be willing to help the boys out with this. Yeah, I think the boys would benefit from Kraden's help. Maybe Kraden is again. I sort of remember this ancient crusty guy visiting the cabin once. He's as old as the hills, but have some respect for Kraden. He's the old scholar that helped us all those years ago. Kraden helped us when we were young warriors. I bet he'd even enjoy helping out our children. Sure, he's up to the task. Why wouldn't he be? Why are they emoting so much? It's been 3 decades since he helped us. It's been 30 years since the quest ended, but we've hardly aged. I'm sure Kraden's the same. Same with my father. He says he looks a smidge older than back then, but not much. I haven't believed that those of us directly exposed to the power of the Golden Sun have aged very little. It's now grow older while you don't say the same. It's like getting left behind. You know what? I want in on this quest. I'm going with them. No, you're ridiculous, Karis. You don't know the first thing about event. Why is this? Let's waste another minute. I'll contact Kraden while you kids pack. Okay, can I just say, what was the point of even having the disagreement on her going or not? I know nothing about going so far away. Where did you say the feather was? Somewhere in Morgul? This isn't a vacation. It's a quest into the unknown, and the sooner you begin, the sooner you'll find your way. You mean you said he's off to meet you with your friend Kraden and give you no more details? Praise the genius becomes a charting course in the unknown. You'll be in excellent hands. I think I should arrange to have you all meet in Carver's camp. That's not so far away. I feel like... See, it's a lumberjack camp. Okay. Creighton recently sent one of his carrier pigeons to the cabin. I'll send it back to him with my request. I feel like that whole... Send us on our way like this. Folks, game to actually start, JK. I feel like the problem is that it's not even that the game hasn't started, it's that I think a lot of the dialogue, I think the thing that I'm running into is that a lot of the dialogue is like redundant, because it's like, okay, why have this disagreement about Karis coming with us if she's gonna come with us anyway? It's like there was no illusion that she wasn't gonna come with us, because she was in our party already for the entire tutorial. Why would we not bring her along? But I think more so in this case, it's also like, okay, but why are we having this long discussion about whether or not we're gonna meet Creighton here or there, or just like, I was like, Isaac needs to fly at Soarwing to Soul Sanctum on Mount Aleph. Mount is interrupting for a long time, so there's only one way there, by air. Has he been paying attention? Can't get Soul Sanctum until the Soarwing is fixed. I think he needs to return to where their quest began. Must be serious. It's not the kind of place you can just go for old time's sake. Creighton's pigeon has more brains than Tyrell. That is also true. I guess we won't be seeing this place for a while. Be our first trip away from here. Take a good long look. We never know when we'll be back home. When I left Vale, I was just 17. My life was never the same. Think you're all ready for this? Yeah. With him, we're totally ready for an adventure. I know I'm ready to start this quest too. How about we get going? Let's go get that mountain rock feather. I like how it's like you gotta pack like we have anything to go. Like we were fated to go on this quest. I think we'll be off soon, Garrett. We're gonna start a journey. Looking forward to the adventure ahead. Now go get ready. I'm gonna go grab my 2 granola bars and my extra pair of pants. That's it. Okay, Dad, we're leaving. All right, Tyrell. Isaac didn't show up to see us off. Maybe you're not bothered, but this is our first big adventure. It's between Roy and his dad, Karis, so we should just stay out of this. Okay, now head for Carver's camp. Remember, you'll be meeting at the bridge there. Okay, so we go down the other way now. Say hello to Creighton for me. Don't do anything reckless out there. You're in charge. That means you have to take care of these two. Okay. Just okay. So I see. Coleman in charge. Back with that mountain rock feather before you know it. Dad, come on now, little man. Don't be blubbering. No second thoughts now. Off you go, son. Y'all grown up when you come back. I bet we won't even recognize you. Head to Patcher's place to dig up more information. Patcher's place. Here's this general store. Serves just about everything refugees from Vale might need to survive. A small settlement is huddled around the store. Well, fellow refugees from Vale, they'll be good to you. Keep Tyrell out of Patcher's sight. That guy still has it in Patcher. The other refugee has built a large general store and inn for fellow survivors of the Golden Sun event. Now, though not exactly a mayor, Patcher is the closest thing to a leader this outpost has. And what did Tyrell do that an entire town's mayor is just like, yeah, no, get out of here. All right, carry this letter to Creighton, little friend. Good luck to you. The bird just beats us to the punch. There goes funny bird. It just takes right off. Onward. Okay, let me adjust. We have to adjust our gin because... Oh, we don't have any gin. That's right. That's right. We only had them for that one area. Oh, God. Does that mean we have to... Oh, man. I'm going to have to keep my eyes open for everything now because we're going to have to check where the gin are. Oh, brother. That's going to be a pain in the neck, isn't it? I imagine finding all of the gin is going to be a pain in the neck for me. Oh. What the heck? Oh, a gin right in front of us. What should we do? Catch it, of course. Wait, it's me, Flint. Hi, Flint. Father sent me to look after you, Roy. You'll need assistance from Jin if you hope to survive the trip to the mountain rock. Besides, none of you have been on a real adventure before, but I have. Glad to help out, so let's be on our way, friends. Please tell me. Got a message from your father. He says, while you're at Patcher's place, be sure to visit the Psynergy training grounds. Make your way to meet Kraden at Carver's camp. Isaac has already gotten word that Kraden is there waiting by the bridge for you. Would you like me to repeat all that? No. Well, then off we go. Okay. I will say, I know this sounds mean, but I really hope Flint never talks again. It sounds mean, but I really don't want him to talk again. He's both knowledgeable and nice, so no one complains. Yes, I know he's nice and knowledgeable, but also my guy does not need to he does not need to tell me everything. Okay, I want to look around a little bit just to be safe. Okay, let's see. We were caught by surprise. Gobbling. Ah, yes, the gobbling. Why does Tyrell kind of looks like a Dragon Quest character from behind? Okay, let's see. Whirlwind and attack. I think Whirlwind might... Nope, it didn't do it. Okay. Oh, these guys are a fair bit stronger than I expected, I'll be honest. Okay. Well, not what I was hoping for, but I think the visuals of this game are pretty solid for combat. You and everyone else that played this. It feels kind of mean to say it like that. I don't know. I always feel mean when I tell a character to like just stuff it, but I do think that, unfortunately, I think the problem is that I think the unfortunate problem is the fact that I think this introduction was a lot slower on the uptick for the player. I think that is probably the thing that I would probably, if somebody has problems with this game's pacing in the beginning, I would agree with it. Because I do think that the pacing right here feels a bit off. Let's see, do we have cure? We do it. We have heal? Yeah, we have cure. So I can just use this to heal instead of anything else, really. Let's see, what level is he? Oh, they start him at level 4. I see. Honestly, not too bad there, but yeah, I do think that I think they overdid the tutorials, but I think also, like I said, I think some of the redundancies kind of slowed it down. I said it earlier that the big problem was that we had that whole cutscene explaining the lore of the game, and then we get a cutscene with the characters immediately saying it. Guess who has 2 thumbs and just disembarked a boat? Well, it's good you disembarked with both thumbs. And some of the warriors of Vale live in a cabin near Mount Eidola after just up the road, still looking out over the world. We're going to visit our Psynergy training grounds. Must see for new adepts. Experience the epic journey of the warriors of Vale as 4 theme park areas. Why is everything still made of wood? It's your boy. How's it going, Nacho? Hope you're doing good. Well, this is certainly a nice place to be. I do like how this place is textured and modeled. I think it looks really nice. Patcher's place. I'm always amazed by how many things Patcher packs in here for sale. Oh yeah, it's amazing. Now get me out of here. That's right, I forgot that Tyrell isn't welcome at Patcher's place. I didn't get Tyrell's thing for earlier. I feel like we need to be more on guard when bringing Tyrell in here. Don't blame me, I didn't want to come back here. Patcher, I'm getting out of here before it's too late. They're over there, I'm Patcher. This is my place, what can I do for you? Oh, hi, Patcher. Hey, you're Isaac's kid, Roy, right? Yes. Well, Isaac's kid is welcome here anytime. Weren't you and your dad just here yesterday? What brings you back so soon? Not here with your father? Odd, where could Isaac be? He's just like, probably do need a guide if you want all the gin. I will say, probably sad of me, but because I don't have the thing I wish I had was I wish I had the guidebook like I did for the first, because with Golden Sun and the Lost Age, I had that guidebook that I found at my local shop. I don't think I could find a guidebook for this one so easily, but... You traveling with you? Yes. Really? Wait a minute. I remember you're your Karis, Ivan's daughter. Hey, Patrick, I've been visiting here on business with from my father. What a smart kid, just like Isaac said. He looks over like, wait a minute. Uh-oh. Hi there, Patcher. You, Garrett's son, what are you doing here? Come to make me more trouble? Trouble? Me here? That's ancient history. Ancient history, I remember it like it was yesterday. What did he even do? Stupid Psynergy nearly burned down my store. Want you out of here. And you others, finish your shopping and be on your way. Okie dokie. The faces. So that's why I can't stand you, Tyrell. You nearly burned down his store? Wow. How did he do that? Is there anywhere you haven't made a mess of things, Tyrell? What I did here happened forever ago. Didn't mean to do it. Patra never ever forgets. Yelling isn't helping. We need to calm him down. Snap out of it, Tyrell. Ouch, that hurt. Hope that did hurt, Tyrell. It's pretty stupid losing your temper like that. You might have scorched this whole place. Yeah, Tyrell's kind of an idiot, isn't he? Sorry, but we adepts aren't supposed to use our power in public when we're just starting out. Our responsibility as adepts to make sure we never hurt people. Good on you, Karis. Fathers are concerned with how people view Psynergy. They must see as helpful, not hurtful. Why is he just laying on the ground crying like an idiot? Burn your own reputation if you must, but have a care for how that would impact Garrett. Okay, fine. Yeah, I think Tyrell might be the character that I heard you, so just drop it. I'm going to hold it and check, Tyrell. No Psynergy in front of strangers anymore, okay? Now you're just starting to nag. Just typical. Oh, come on, don't get insulted now. No Psynergy in front of strangers. Can we drop it, please? Okay, I will say also, this... Doubt Patra will give us any helpful information now. What do you think we should do? Take it easy? Good idea. Maybe Patra will see Tyrell and New Light if we keep calm. You guys are really looking out for me. I'm not sure I deserve such good friends. You don't, but good on you for having them. We know we like you just the way you are. He'll come around. You need to keep your fireballs under control. I feel like... I gotta be real. I feel like Tyrell's 40 stream streak. Holy crap, really? Wow. I will say, yeah, I think Tyrell might be the least favorite character in the party by a long mile already. I had to help you gear up for your trip. Let me walk you through different kinds of goods I sell. Start on this side. See the little home side? Check in there to stay the night. It-ins. I feel like you should hydrate and stretch. You spitting. Hang on. I did just see all the notifications. Hang on. Did just see it all now. Hang on. Also, get my boy out while I'm here. Hang on. There he is. He's at the wayside. Oh boy, hang on. So we have the inn, we have armor shop. Oh boy. Want to try adding new exercises to my workout, but sometimes it's like adding a new one. You just end up with new muscles you didn't know you could hurt. Thank you. Let's see. Weapon shop, item shop. So basically, the legend here should stock up on a lot of herbs or restorative items. Now, any kind of store you can also find rare, one-of-a-kind things in the artifact section. If you sell or throw away any such rare weapons, armors, or items, you can always buy them back later on. That's the tour. So understand what they have to offer. Yes. Then any shop sign to do business with me. I like that he just runs from... He's running back and forth to see what he get. Let's see what he got. Let's see. Short sword, mace. Short bow. I can't read any extra information. I know the bow does more physical damage, but Stretch my neck a little more. I know that the long sword might just be better for both of them. How much is this thing? 200? I think I'll get it for... I'm gonna definitely get it for... I'd like to equip it now. Look tough already. How about 90 coins for your old short sword? Go. I feel like the bow... Like, right now, the bow might be nice for... Paris, but... I'm uncertain. Tough already. How about 90 coins sword? I will say the UI is pretty solid. It's a little dense because of how much screen space they have. Because they don't have a whole lot of room for extra stuff on screen, but I do think that it's pretty solid. It's pretty solid how much they were able to make in this space. It's a really tight squeeze, but they're doing pretty good on that front. You know, I'm gonna... Sorry, I don't have enough money for that. Okay, I don't really know if I want... Okay, what's in the artifact section? Don't have any rarities right now. Got it. Let's see. How about the armor section? Let's see what we got. Cotton shirt, one-piece dress, wooden shield, leather cap. The shields are only 40, so that's not too bad. Might as well buy and sell. Buy and sell. I think this game's equipment is... It's not too bad, but I do think that some of it is... Remember in the first two games, some of the equipment, you end up with this massive stack of equipment because some of them were just, oh yeah, equip this for the Psynergies. Maybe that's something that I'm a little bit concerned about, is that some of the Psynergies that were required were just equipped items. And in this game, because you have to use the Djinn, I imagine they would make sure oh, that's a weird one then. Because if you need Djinn, if you need a certain Djinn to do a story-based challenge, would that mean that they would either hand you a Djinn to guarantee that you have the right Psynergies to play the game? Or would it be one of those things where you have to go find more to continue? I don't think they would make you literally have to stop the game to do that. I don't think, would they? I feel like that would be the kind of thing that would be a little confusing to me. We're gonna buy we'll buy 5 antidotes, and what I'll do is buy herbs. There we go. All right, I think we have enough to start. We should be fine. Let's see. I see the Psynergy thing up there, but I don't see how to reach it. How do I get up there? Oh, do I have to take the stairs? Oh, I see. I have to take the stairs up. I see. I think I see. I think I understand where it wants me to go. Hello, sir. Herb. Before you came back from a long journey, told me the strangest news. The con has been expanding since the time the Golden Sun happened 30 years ago. So... There's a chest behind Patra you can get. Really? Oh, I see it. Can I just, like, run back there? Am I allowed to just run back here? That seems kind of mean. Bread! Question. Is the power bread what I think it is, or... Raise max HP permanently. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, I'll use it on my... I'll use it on Roy. It's fine. Honestly, that might be worth it. What other items do I have? Psy Crystal. When did I get all this stuff? When did I get some of these things? How big is our inventory is another question, because I feel like that book now I might need to remove it at some point. Guess it'll be wise for me to walk around and just look around a little bit, but I also do figure that this is going to be one of those things where I might be a bit too paranoid to just run past everything, because those extra Jinn are going to be very important. Earn a quest given to you by Isaac and Garrett. Wow, they're a hard act to follow, aren't they? Yes, they are. Hey, you're going to Carver's Camp. You have to cross the Goma Highlands to get there. Can you use Psynergy? You should be able to get through. It used to be lowlands until the Golden Sun shook things up. Men of Carver's Camp have tried to tame this wild area, but you'll still need Psynergy to pass through. Look for the sky gondolas the lumberjacks set up to make travel far easier. I see. Okay, good to know. Thank you, old sir. The elders who lived in Vale say the Soul Sanctum was hidden from the world. That is hidden where Vale used to be at the foot of Mount Aleph. After the Golden Sun event happened, everyone found out about Soul Sanctum. Oh my god, there's one right there. How do I reach you? What does this say? Psynergy training grounds. Oh. Okay. This is a Psynergy training area. You'll get a special card if you pass the challenge. A card that allows you to pass through the gate that bars the way to the Kanpa ruins. I love the weird names in this game. I think the weird names are part of this game's charm. It's just like, why is everything named so strangely? Also, we're way past the hour mark. Man, I just realized it's already been 2 hours? Huh. I have 2 different things telling me what the time is, and I did not know that. Hope everyone's doing well today. Hope everyone's feeling good. Honestly, I'll be real. I'm quite pleased with how this has been going. And this week has been a weird week of work for me. I've been having to do... I did part-time stuff, had to do video editing yesterday and today. I do hope you guys will check out the new video. I did post it up on the YouTube. I'm not the best at edited videos. My editing skills are, and my editing program is rudimentary, but I do try to get the job done. I think I did good with one. This has an excruciatingly slow start. You know what's funny? I'm thinking about other role-playing games that have slow starts. The best comparison I have to this game is the difference between this game and Golden Sun 1 is similar to the difference between Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. Now, the reason I know this is because I tried starting 2 and I could not get through. I love Kingdom Hearts. 2's start is egregious. This start, I can at least be like, okay, you know, the world builder part of my brain is still at least entertained by reading the lore, the story, and the world itself is alleviating some of it. But I do think that part of it is that I think it's because this game lives in the shadow of its predecessor. The introduction in the very first game is so legendarily well handled. I remember I made comments about this when I first played that game, and the tier list that year too, was that the start of Golden Sun is so good that anything that came after it was like in the shadow of that introduction, being some of the best writing and vision, and like for the Game Boy era, it was exceptionally well handled in terms of like unifying the visuals of the Game Boy, which that's probably part of it, is that the visuals on the Game Boy that Golden Sun was doing were quite extraordinary for its time. And for the DS, this game feels middle of the pack. Not even bad, just middle of the pack. The DS had some bangers for visuals. Like, visuals at this era, there were some good ones. So it's one of those ones where it's like, yeah, this is very different. You'll need to know how to make it through training. Onward. Why is the child telling me... Oh, old man. You can learn about the epic tale of the Warriors of Vale in the training grounds. I hear there are books scattered that tell the whole chunks of the story. Try to find them bookshelves and such. I hear the whole collection is truly epic. The epicness. That's my favorite thing to do, climbing pine trees. What is this child doing? Whether the Warriors of Vale could pass this test in no time flat. Isaac must be an awesome warrior if that's true. Sweet. Just move it. Okay, question. Oh, I see. I see what I need to do. Okay, hang on. I understand what I need to... I understand what I need to do. Hang on. Move this. I think I see what I need to... Oh, God, don't make me do it this way. God, don't make me do it this way. It's gonna hurt. I really hope I'm wrong in this, but I have to move it. I'm gonna have to move this so many times. Because it only moves in the pathways. I can't make it go the other way, so I have to... Blech. Gross. Oh, it's not as fast as the Game Boy version either, so it's like I have to... Alright, this is fine. It's fine. It's fine. Well, I think this is probably another example, though, of what a slow start can do to your game, though. That you really do want the players hands-on as soon as you can. You need them to be moving on their own. And outside of the zone of being... I think it's something that I think happens to developers when they get worried if the player will stay in for the long haul. Is that it kind of feels like they have to... I don't want to say they necessarily coddle the player, but I think that might be the best description for this, where it's like they feel it necessary to... Not enough PP. Oh, we have to run around. Oops. I burned through all of it. Okay, how much do I have now? I have 0. I ran through all of it that fast. Good God. How much do I have now? Why am I not getting any back? Are we good? Or do I have to... Why am I not recovering? Interesting. You can stand next to it and push it. Oh, that's right. That's right. I can just push it. I kind of forgot that you could just push things. Oh my God. Oh, but it resets when you leave the area. Oh, that's pain. Not enough PP. God dang it. You know, it said PP recovers on its own, but I don't know how fast that recovers then, because it's clearly not recovering particularly fast, is it? Also, why did they describe it as a theme park area if it's not really a theme park? Okay, I'm very tempted to just use the stupid crystal. Or... Nope. Ah. Why isn't it recovering? It said that you recover it by walking around, so why isn't it recovering? Can one of you guys refill the... Card that lets you pass through? Okay. Old lady. My dears, be sure to pass through all 4 areas of the Psynergy training grounds, otherwise you'll find yourself coming back before long. The gatekeeper will, near the compa route, turn you back if you haven't finished the tests. Okay, thank you, old lady. Oh, sir. Let's talk about a dangerous vortex inside a cave at the compa ruins. It said to suck up Psynergy. How revolting. Okay, do I have... Why is it not recovering? It is actually straight up not recovering. What the heck? It only recovers when you're in an area with enemies. Oh, I see. Oh, that sucks. You know what? Even though it's an absolute egregious waste of an item, I am going to be reckless with this because you know what's funny? I feel like I'm never going to use that item if I don't use it for something stupid. So you know what? Sure. It's a waste, but I feel like what is more a waste? To use an item in such a flagrant manner, or what the heck? What the... Okay, what? Wait, then why am I up here then? Oh, the tree. Doi. The tree. There we go. Okay, Psynergy, growth. There we go. Now we can get the fire gin that's down there. I hope that more of these gin are just on the map gin. If they have any of those where it's just like a random empty spot and you just click on it, and you have to press A when you're over it, I will be very upset if that's the case, because we had too many of those in those first 2 games. Because that was just annoying when they did that. I remember when they did that, and it was one of those things that just made me sad. There we go. Okay, so now we have Forge on Tyrell. Very cool. Very exciting. Okay. Think I can hop down on that side? Yes, I can. Okay, cool. Alright, to the amusement park. Or whatever they called it. Hello. These are the Psynergy training grounds where you can test your skills while following in the historic footsteps of the Warriors of Vale. Will you take the challenge? We're ready. Time to begin, new Warriors of Vale. Live the legend. Why did they turn the story of the first game into a theme park? 10 minutes. I did not read at all what I'm supposed to be doing here. Okay, hang on. See? Okay. Understood. Okay, got it. I understood some of the words that they are asking of me. Just out of the way for fun, I guess. For fun, I guess. Okay. This is not that hard, all things considered. It's just pay attention. Kind of an interesting challenge to make us do here, but certainly an interesting maneuver, I would say. I will say this does not look at the same. Does not look the same kind of. My God. Why did they make him look so goofy? He looks like a me character. Congratulations. Time 1 minute 23. Well, I did it in less than 90 seconds. Not bad. This area might look like some sort of wacky attraction, but it's no walk in the park. You'll need to solve its puzzles in order to reach the Venus Lighthouse. Oh, brother, this feels. You know what the problem is? This actually does. I am seeing the problem. In that, oh my God, yeah, I could see somebody being very annoyed. Covers the quest of the Venus Lighthouse down into the Gondola, then into Gondolin. In the Mercury Lighthouse. Oh God, I didn't even read any of those signs earlier. I read none of those. Whee! All right, out we go. Then, I mean, I guess Psynergy, Whirlwind on the fan. Ah. I'm guessing then that I'm guessing what we want to do is just use Whirlwind to move everything right away. Signs have lore and people actually like this part of the game. I feel like the lore in this part of the game is probably... I probably did that wrong, huh? Wait, no, this one's correct. I feel like the lore here might actually be... Let me see, though. I didn't... I think more so I'm just concerned that I didn't read any of the signs earlier. I think I'm more concerned that I wasn't reading up to this point. I think this isn't too bad, though. It does feel like this is something that would be, at least to me, it feels like this is the kind of thing that, wait, it's not. Oh, the track is curved. I see. I see. I did this wrong. Okay, hang on. Did this wrong. Because the track is curved up, so it's a ramp. I didn't read the signs in the first area because I kind of just ran by. That's on me, but if I can help it, I'll read the signs in the next section. Ah, got my neck. Oh, boy. Okay, this should do it, maybe? Hopefully this does it. Fingers crossed it works. All right, into the stupid thing we go. Whee! We're playing Donkey Kong Country. Excellent. What does the sign say? Defeat the Kraken of the Caragol Sea. I asked the Kraken. Giant squid play the Caragol Sea. Warriors avail. I feel like this part is divisive even to me because of two things. One, The fact alone that they made it so that the actual story of the cast from the first 2 games is now a theme park attraction feels a bit strange. I would say that it feels a bit strange to me that that the story is now a attraction for kids to train in. It feels a bit strange to me, but I also think that maybe it works well because of the fact that it feels like the kind of thing that some enterprising fool would try to do. You know, just like, oh, we're gonna make some money off of this legend that was born out of the disaster that happened. Why not use it for themed entertainment? Which now is starting to make me think that that's not that far from real life, because the number of theme park rides that are basically just let's look at a natural disaster in a simulated environment, and that's basically the whole thing. So honestly, can't say it's unfounded, just a little strange. In a setting that is ostensibly fantasy, it is a little strange. I wonder if the time... Does the time I get really matter, or is it just... The release of power from the first 2 lighthouses radically altered the landscape for the warriors, but your greatest hardship will be finding some kind of safe path to the Jupiter lighthouse. At least these guys are getting paid well. They're trying their best to make they're trying to make this a full event. I do have a question. Why is it timed? Jupiter area. Oh god. Indra to Osenia. Okay. Indra was once east of Gondwana, but the seismic effects have pushed it far from that continent. Osenia. Large continent is far to the south across the ocean from Angara. Across its desert expanse and scaled the immense air rocks plateau using wind-based Psynergy. Here the heroes met peers of Lemuria. Water depth from the civilization joined Felix's party in the quest to ignite the lighthouses. He now sails the world in his ancient ship. Interesting. I'm surprised that Piers is still running around. I do kind of wonder how many of the legacy characters we're going to run into. Ancient Lemuria fell to ruin in part because of the brutality of Poseidon. How could it be possible to defeat a sea god? Warriors of Vale had to acquire the Trident of Ankle in order to breach Poseidon's invulnerability. I do recall that. Make the Gabamba statue's tongue stick out. Oh, you know what? I do remember the Gabamba statue. I'm very confused that I remember the Gabamba statue, but I do recall it. Because it's the giant rock soldier, the giant rock statue that was like... I remember it was really freaky looking. And the inside was all gears. You know, like all gods are, just made of gears and stuff. Okay, so I need to pull this here. I will confess that these puzzles are... I think these puzzles feel simpler because they feel like offshoots of ones from the original games. And I think this... I do think this game... I think this feeling is like a refresher course is working nicely, I think. Assemble the Trident of Ankle and then defeat the sea god Poseidon. I do recall Poseidon. Let's see. Oh god. It's more like a platforming puzzle game than an RPG game. I think this section being meant to familiarize us with the overworld exploration stuff, like the Psynergy, I do think that's working nicely. Because this is stuff that the original Golden Sun asked us to get good at pretty early on. Because this is something that the game did demand of us back then too. Because it was something we had to learn, was doing all the learning how Psynergy works. So I can actually kind of excuse that, because that was the big hook of this game, was that we had the Psynergy to explore the overworld, and the combat being good was mainly a bonus to the exploration stuff. I guess in a way it feels similar to me to like other role-playing games that the exploration is... Wait, hang on, I gotta back it up. I pull that. But I feel like this game, it feels a bit like the Zelda games where the role-playing side of it is less the important thing and more the... all of the exploring side of it, the adventure part of it is what's more important. But I do wonder if this game... will this game maintain that balance nicely, or will it... is it going to try and edge closer to some of the combat focus of some of the predecessors? Why isn't it moving? There we go. Bit of an awkward angle to get some of these at, but that's not too bad. Nothing crazy. You have to get back up there and fight Poseidon. Ah. It's funny, because this world does ostensibly say that the Greek gods have real and present power, but not just the Greek gods, but the Roman gods, because of the references... because I feel like you wouldn't have references to the planets in the same vein if you didn't also have... to me, at least, it feels like you would have references naturally to the Roman equivalents. I forgot Poseidon looks like that. I forgot how blue he was. But if this whole section is just to familiarize ourselves with the current slate of Psynergy we have, I do wonder why we didn't... you know what? Actually, I guess maybe this is where I'm a bit confused. I feel like maybe the thing that I'm curious to at this point is that why have the tutorial in the beginning with Tyrell as a... like, why have that as our Psynergy teaching when... this feels like a more effective way to teach the player how to do... how and when to use Psynergy. Because it feels like this is more effective teaching. Warriors cross extremes to reach the first 3 lighthouses, but the 4th is the harshest of all. You must slog through the snow and ice to get to the Mars lighthouse, then you must slay a dragon. Can you imagine if a real dragon showed up right now? Lighthouse provided the fire energy that combined the other 3 elements of power, the force of alchemy. Yep. Also, Julian, be careful about self-promotion rules. Animos artifacts. I forgot what Animos is. My brain just like, huh? Tribe Wind Adept said to have raised its ancient city to the sky, where its underside is still visible as the moon. Thought to be descended from the anim... wait, I forgot about that. It's from the moon? Or that the moon is... I feel like I... oh wait, no, that's right. It's not move, it's fireball. So we gotta melt these things. That's right. I remember. That's weird, I forgot about that. I kind of forgot that these ones are like, we melt the ice. Kind of a strange one. Let's see. Oh, I gotta... I'm kind of worried. Was I supposed to push that, or... oh, no, we're good. Assemble the dragon. Assemble the dragon. Bing bong. Okay, cool. I think that just... yeah, that just works. Okay, cool. What's the timer for? You know what? It seems to me like they just included a timer so you can't stay here, but... I'm not really sure why they put a timer. I'm not sure why this area has a timer on it. I actually am not very certain as to the reasoning for that. It feels a bit... at least to me, it feels a bit unnecessary for them to do it this way. I would definitely say that this part does confuse me a bit. In regards to... ow. I'm a little confused as to why we need to... oh, that is not what I wanted to do. No! I keep pressing the wrong button. God dang it. Oh, God. I keep thinking that I need to I keep thinking I need to press the D-pad to lock it on, as it were. That is not the case. I just need to press the button to move. Because it knows where it is and where it isn't. It knows where the... it knows where the fire is by where it isn't. It's fine. I guess... You know what? I am seriously wondering why they would put a timer on this section. Because it does feel like this is supposed to be, you know, baby's first training session. In terms of the world, too. So why is there a 10-minute timer on figuring this stuff out? It does feel a bit... It does feel a bit bizarre. Almost wonder... Really curious what the deal is with that. Oh god. Psynergy... Growth. Really wondering now, what is the point of that? Truly. Okay, never mind. Nuts and bolts. That's gonna go down for sure. Okay, we're good. Okay, question. Ah, I see. Okay, throw the fireball here. Ad brakes on. God dang it. Okay. I also will say I did not fully realize this was something I could run on. That's on me, but I am a little confused. I'm a little confused because this tightrope does not quite look like what I expected the tightropes to look like. Okay, we do have to wait a moment. I think this section feels simultaneously much better, but also it feels almost like a redundancy given that we had a tutorial already on Psynergies. So having another thing tell us here's how to do Psynergy does feel a bit... It feels a bit strange, you know? Okay, and this is the boss fight from the first game. I think this also, as a retelling of the story of the first game, I think this works leagues better. Dim Dragon appeared. Yeah, I feel like this works a little better as a... I think even just as like a general, this is what we're dealing with sort of thing, it feels a lot... It feels a lot better to just get into it like this, you know? Energy, fireball. We're just hit him as hard as we can. I think Earthquake might be able to do enough damage. I am wondering now if maybe part of the battle graphics are a lot higher fidelity than the overworld graphics. Well, that's a general thing that the DS era... This is something that early 3D would do all the time. Not just in the 2000s, but the 90s as well, is that having your higher fidelity models in... Especially for role-playing games, which notably have to handle a lot more resources and a lot of unique art assets. Having your higher fidelity models in battle... And then having the world be lower fidelity was a very effective cost-saving measure, as well as a resource-saving one. This is the sort of stuff that is why we would have like chibi art and chibi characters in a lot of games, and then you go into battle and suddenly, oh, we're normal size now. Like the Pokemon games did this with sprites all the time. Earthbound did this too, along with pretty much every role-playing game on the Super Nintendo and Nintendo. But I say every, but a lot of them did. And a lot of, like Final Fantasy VII, one of the most famous role-playing games ever, did exactly this, where it's like, here's your goofy-looking characters in the overworld, like your block dudes with your goblet arms, and then you switch out to, okay, let's switch out to our other like models when we're in battle, because they look a lot cooler. The Chin. What does this one do? Boost party attack. You know what? Honestly, sure. Probably should have used it last turn, but it's fine. I forget that Tyrell is basically Garrett again. Roy is unaffected. I feel like because Tyrell's the same, I have to remind myself that he is the slowest possible dude. My dude is going to go slow every time. I will say the battle graphics have been very good so far. Like, as much as I give Matthew we named him Roy, but our character, I give him crap a little bit for his character design, but the models look really good. And I think the arenas have been they've been really well handled because they're consistently reflective of the area around. It's interesting because this is probably an architectural decision made early on, but also interesting to think about the fidelity they'll decide to go for. Well, I mean, that's been true how they made the decision. Well, that's the sort of stuff that people were having to think about and work with since video games have always been tied to their restrictions, more so than they've been tied to any sort of having no limitation, right? And I think that's something that I would argue is something that nowadays feels like the first thing that game developers are doing wrong is that they are not limited. There is no restriction on tech. And when you have to fit the entire game on the DS, you have to make particular choices that are limitations on what your creative vision will be and what your game is going to be capable of. But if you're not making decisions that constrain the scope of your project, you're going to end up with this, like, frankly, you're going to have a real issue trying to get your game to work and feel good in the hands of most players. Which chest would I like to open? Right-handed. Would I win? Roy got a gate card. Do you have to go through it again? Made it through training. Now you possess the gate card. It's funny that rotation visual clearly had a rotating scene and a skybox. Oh, like and it's like the battle scenes have, from what I can see, it kind of feels like what they were going for is making sure that every battle scene has a skybox. They wanted to make sure it looks like the area that you're in. And they did I think they've been doing a really good job of capturing the areas you're in battle. I think that's been pretty solid so far. The battle arenas have looked very good. But with every single technological jump we've had, we've been able to fit more onto every system. But I do think that games are made better by the fact that they have limitations, that there are things about them that need to be constrained by, it constrains your creative vision, sure, but it also means that because you're working under specific limits, your games will have to, you'll make decisions that'll be for the better of the game to work on the system you're working towards. Okay, I would like to stop. Wait, how much health do I have? Okay, no, if I go into the next area, I think we'll be fine. We'll just go. Yeah, because our Psynergy will return to us soon. That shouldn't be too big. But yeah, I think role-playing games in particular benefit from having the juxtaposition between I think it's also the overworld having a juxtaposition with the maps you battle in. I think that works generally better. I will say one thing that they are doing right now that feels, to me, it feels like a bit of an artistic cheat, but it's really well handled. You can actually see how it. You go through it again. It has a restricted time limit. I believe a slightly harder boss fight plus the item you didn't get. Ah, I see. You know what we could do? We could go back and get it. I think we can go back and get that. Hang on. I actually do kind of want that. You know what? Whatever that other item is, I kind of want to get it, so let me go back really quick. I do kind of want that. I want that thing. That sounds nice. Let me see. How much? Okay, let me... Oh. Okay, I just need to recharge the... I just need to recharge the PP and then we're good. HP we can... I think we'll get our HP back after this fight, basically. Easy peasy. Alrighty, let's go through... We'll go back through it. We can do it again. Let's see. Let's go back really quick. Wait, what is this? Hello, old man. Welcome, weary wanderers. What aid do you seek? Biz, anytime you need relief, the gods will always protect you. Except for the one that hates you. Then that god won't protect you. But at least he'll think about it. He'll think about it for 5 seconds, then he'll say no. He'll still think about it. Like any good god, he's capricious as all heck. But that's what makes it fun. Let's see. Restore 50 HP. Let's recover. I'll just do this right now while I'm thinking about it. Alright, let's go. You already passed the basic test here. Now you can try a harder challenge. Would you like to continue? Yes. Pretty impressive how seamlessly the scene edges blend to the skybox. That right there is an artistic decision rather than being a technical one. Because the decision technically is easy. You just put... You have the camera slowly rotate around the center of the battlefield on a very specific... on a specific circle, and then you know, you just move the camera. I think this game, trying to maintain the visual identity of the originals through 3D, I think it's doing a pretty solid job. I think there's something special though to those... Oh my god, 2 minutes? Oh my god, that is much faster than I thought it was gonna be. Okay, go. Much faster. Gonna have to go a lot quicker this time. I will read the signs while I have a moment. Hang on. Let me read the sign. Last your enemies to blaze a trail. Let me read the sign. Up. All right. Covers Isaac's quest up to the blah blah blah. Okay, got it. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Okay. This. Move it over. Very cool. Very cool. We do not want to waste any time this time because we have no time to waste. Where am I going? Brain, work with me here, please. Brain, work with me, please. Come on, go up the tree. But I do think that the art direction of this game has been very solid all the way through so far. I'd like to see more of what this game is cooking. I think that it is. Because 2010. Can someone do me a favor and look up when the DS released? Because I have a theory to something, because I want to know something particular. There's something in particular about the DS that I want to know with this particular game in mind. So it's one of those things where I have a theory, but I'm not sure how true it is depending on when the DS came out. February 2025? I don't think that's when the DS came out. The Nintendo DS, 2005. Okay. I was like, 2025? What was I say? 2005. So this would have been 5 years into its lifespan. Okay, wait, where do I need to go? Yes, okay. So this would have been 5 years in its lifespan. And okay. I'm trying to think about how that... I'm trying to think about that. Okay, so then this one needs to be going the other way. So it would have been... But because this came out in 2010, and given that I don't know how long the teams would have been working on this one. Okay, this one's facing the right direction. I think it's the next one I need to turn. The puzzle solutions are exactly the same, so that's not a... Okay, wait. Yep, okay, so this one I need to turn. Australia, February 2005 is Australia. November 2000. The DS came out in 2000. So let's just say 2004, 2005. Then I have the 2020 on my mind. It is the last. Well, it's the last 6 years. You know, I see. But I guess then if I'm thinking about how this game would have been, then this would have been middle of the. This would have been somewhere in the middle, right, of the DS's lifespan. If I'm not mistaken, because I know that I was playing... I think the 3DS would have been out 2011, 2012? But I know I had a 3DS in high school. I know I was playing the 3DS in high school. So I know at least that is true. Oh my god, it is just starting to hit me though that, oh my god, I was playing the 3DS in high school. Oh, such a weird concept, you know? Just like, oh geez, really? What a wild thing to think about, the fact that that was in high school. But that, it's like, so that does make sense though. But I feel like this game is sort of, it sort of feels middle of the pack also in regards to, is it taking advantage of what the DS is capable of? And I think it's a 3DS for high school graduation. It's so wild to think about that, you know, where it's like, man, it feels so weird that that stuff is now like, it's back there. I think I got mine for Christmas of a year. I forget which year though, but I feel like with the DS, there were many games that weren't, it's like either due to budget or to, you know, just like the capabilities of the team. It wasn't always possible for teams to get the most out of the system. So I reckon that with this game, at least to my eye, it feels like this game is somewhere in the middle in terms of utilizing what the DS is good at and utilizing all of its capabilities in a row. But I don't think that's even the developers of the game or the game's fault itself. I just think that's like, okay, yeah, the DS did have some peculiarities that had to be figured out by each developer. And I think each developer had different answers to the things that the DS was doing. The big one was just making sure you actually utilized the mechanical idea, the ideas that were present in this like, you know, in this handheld device. It's like, okay, what is it capable of doing and what does it do well? And I think figuring some of that stuff out would have been quite difficult for some I think some development teams would have had a hard time figuring some of that out, you know? Like, this is definitely the sort of thing that would have been, for some teams, prohibitively expensive research, like, in terms of R&D, to figure out. But I could definitely see a team having, like, major issues trying to get certain functionalities running on the DS. It does seem like, at the very least, the transition from faux 3D on the Game Boy to actual 3D in this game, I think the translation worked out pretty well. I think the translation of mechanics and ideas that this game had from the originals, I think they translated just fine into 3D though. Because they were essentially faking 3D in the Game Boy era anyway. Because the Game Boy straight up, it wasn't doing real 3D. That's not what it was doing. So seeing what they're able to do without having to fake that space, I think they did a pretty solid job here. It helps too that their artistic direction is very strong. I think if this game's artistic direction, like I'm making fun of Matthew's, I say it's, you know, Roy, but I named him Roy, but Matthew's the canon name. Our main character guy here, his character design might be something that I will kind of rag on a little bit, but he's not even bad. He's just basic. But I'm also a stickler about scarves, but even the first game, I think Isaac's scarf just looked a little better, but I think it's because he lacks, I think it's on purpose that he lacks some of the particular design flares that Isaac had. But it feels a bit like Matthew is a lesser Isaac rather than being his own character right now. And that I think feels a little less good for him. All right, blast that fool. There we go. Honestly, we're doing pretty darn well on this whole replay of this section. Probably good we get the other item anyway. Might as well just get... It's kind of like we might as well get everything we can from every area. There isn't really a reason for us to Not really a reason for us to just kind of keep running, you know? Psynergy. Wait, we don't need to do that. Blast them. Easy peasy. Honestly, the rerun isn't too bad. I think the next section, because we know it, or at least we know what we're doing, we can definitely do it faster, so... Should be fine, I think. Yeah, because now I won't be sitting here fumbling in this section, because I know I need to use fireballs, so... Easy. Yeah, this is going to be much easier since I know what I'm doing. Yeah, now that I know what I need to do the section, this is going to be much faster. This way. That. For fun. Actually, I just realized I don't even need to do that. I just did it for fun. Because why not? After all, why shouldn't I? Okay, can I? Oh, you can't pause this section. Interesting. Okay, good to know. I was going to send my boy back for now. Hang on, let me send my boy back. While it rolls, I'll send my boy back. Alright, very cool. Over we go. Damn it. Whirlwind. This, I think, as a training course, is this faster challenge optional? Yes. I'm just doing it because we can get the other item that we didn't get earlier from this thing, so we might as... I was just like, well, we might as well do it, you know? Kind of like, why not do it if we're going to be here, if we're going to do it. If it's right there and it's pretty easy to do, we might as well just do it, you know? Not at all required, but just something nice to do. Personally, I like doing the optional stuff when we can, because it's nice to get to see more of the game than just the critical path. A lot of games I do find, it's like the critical path is nice to go chasing, but... And I've described before what the critical path is in video game design. It's basically just the shortest possible path to finish a game, to reach, you know, like, to me it's always been, what does it take to reach the end credits and have the game say the end of the game, you know, the story's over. Because to me that's the end of the game. That's the final section, right? And that's the sort of stuff that's more, at least to me, I think it's more important to, as just determining what the critical path of the game is. Critical path uses master scheduling for developing schedules too. I feel like that makes sense because it's like, okay, what's the most efficient path from beginning to end of the plan or the story too? The itinerary has a critical path, as it were. But yeah, it's like, it's one of those things where I do think of that regularly when it comes to my own design too. Is okay, what's the shortest path? And what is the path most players will want to do? I think most players, I wouldn't say all, but I think most players feel incentivized to always go and finish a game when they can. It's kind of like their favorite thing. I think most gamers like to finish. It's either they 100% or they will do a large amount of content, but they might not do. Hopefully they won't just do nothing, you know? The hope is that they will do more. Dim Dragon Plus appeared. Okay. What are our attack with a blow? Yeah, I'm not doing that. Attack. I could use... Okay, no, you know, let's do Whirlwind, and we're going to use Forge early. Because this section we want to use Forge early, because we want the attack boost for the rest of the fight. Yeah, because the attack boost there is... it's percentage based too. Interesting. Roy is unaffected. In solution design, they talk about the happy path. I feel like the happy path isn't about the project. It's about, does it make the person working on it happy? We use Mars. If we use Mars and then we summon Mars and then we do... I think if we summon Mars and then go for just like full swinging, I think that'll just be enough to win. Pebble breath. Ow. Yeah, I think from this point on, we could just spam our best attacks and go for it. This fight is not that bad, I'll be honest. Exhale sizzle breath. Yeah, that damage isn't even worrying, I'll be honest. We could even actually go for... Oh, you know what? We could go for Starburst. We could just try it. This thing's weak to fire, so we could do it. Holy crap. Is out of order. I like that for this one. Oh, it says out of order. Wait, we still have to fight. We still have to win. I see. I see. We still have to finish the fight. I see. Okay. We still have some to do. Is performing repairs. I like that it's like, ah, yes, we must repair. We have to repair ourselves. Interesting. This one can actually heal itself. That's kind of cool. That's a kind of a neat thing that it's actually going to repair itself. That's cool. This is definitely a step up mechanically from the original fight. This is definitely this would definitely classify as a lot harder than the original. I will have Karis recover from that. She should have an herb. Yeah, she can heal. The other two are just fine because their defenses are higher, but yeah, we'll have Karis heal. That's good. Nice, nice. This thing has a surprising amount of HP. Now, is it out of order again, or is it... Nope, it's broken. Hey, Primordial Tyrannus. It's Tiamat, truly. Honestly, that was worth it. Learn Spire. Oh, Spire's good too. Holy crap. Yeah, it basically free level up doing this. And then on top of that, whatever item we get. So that's pretty solid. That's a pretty solid reward for our time. Because that wasn't too long either. That was only like, what, 15 minutes? Time 2:39. So for another 15 minutes of our time, we get another free item and a whole level up. So that's pretty good. Oh, Water of Life is okay, that's just massive. Okay, cool. Oh wait, no, not that. If I'm not mistaken, I want to make sure I understand what it does again. Yeah, revives it down. Trying to reference Fuga. Oh, is it Tyrannus? I see. My brain did not click it together, but I think it's because it's a dragon. I think it's because my brain did not see it as a tank. I saw it as a... I actually put myself in the mindset of, oh, it's a dragon. It's very easy for my... I think it's... Maybe it's a byproduct of... of growing up the way I did, but I feel like it's very easy for me to just see a thing that says, I'm a dragon, and I go, yes, you are, buddy. You could be a dragon if you so desire. I'm not going to tell you otherwise. What a night. It's like looking at the giant, the giant stone goober, like, yes, you are a dragon. You're it's like, well, it's a giant wood dragon. I respect it. 6 coins for a room. Oh, that's very easy. There are lots of Pokemon dragons that aren't dragons. Well, they're dragons in my heart, not dragons in typing. But being a dragon type does not disqualify them from being a dragon. You know what I mean? It's sort of, to me, it's the same thing as like, it's like, even if something is not a dog, I will still call it puppy if it's cute. You know what I mean? Like, I will still look at a bearded dragon, observe the adorable nature of it, or like armadillos. Armadillos are just puppies to me, man. Like, what? Like, you can't make something that cute and not make me think I'm gonna treat it like it's a dog. That's a good boy right there. It's a good boy. They're all good boys, even if they're not all dogs. You know what I mean? And if they're not a good boy, then they're a good girl. You know, like whatever that dog is, I will pet it. This is the way. Oh, that's sick, actually. Okay. This wasn't as obvious from the outside, but if you look at the screen, you can see that instead of giving you the grid placement underneath the enemies for the attack's range, they actually do it with that you can see there's an ellipse underneath the enemies. That's gold. It's a little harder to see than the grid from the original game, but I do think this looks pretty slick. I think it's a very nice way to do that pretty seamlessly. I hit that fool. Hit this fool. You know what is funny? In Final Fantasy, the word flare means that it's the most powerful magic. In this game, when I see the word flare, I just think, ah yes, the firecrackers. Beautiful. What the heck is this? Harbor's Lumberyard. Hello. Express trip across the highlands for woodsmen only. Carver. The leader of the lumberjack camp known as Carver, though as an old Vale refugee, it's unknown whether he's been called that or just loves his job. Well, that's nice. Nice to see that the guy is there. Man, now I'm thinking about Fuga, and I'm just thinking about I might be receiving for Christmas. I did, because I sent it over to my mom. The Fuga trilogy collector's edition thing that they made. Because they made that trilogy. And oh my god, I am very much excited about trying to acquire that. Also, where is that boy? Onward. Okay, I need to get that. That Jin looks important. I want to get him. Where'd he go? Where is that Jin? I saw him. Where'd he go? Question becomes, did he go that way or did he go this way? Ooh. Monkey? Why is this ape out here? What do you desire from me? Fresh breeze. Honestly, the healing spell is pretty nice, though. There's monkey. What? We've been in this game for 5 seconds. Why are there already monkeys? All right, we mashed the attack button. Okay, monkey down. The giant monkey. Feel like the giant monkey. Giant monkey. I don't know. It just makes me happy that there's a giant monkey. I don't know. What a fun enemy design. All right, go that way. All right, how do I? Huh. Okay. Do I fully understand? No. I feel like this game's random encounters haven't been too bad, though. I know one thing that always worries me is whenever you end up in one of those areas where you end up doing way too many random encounters and you just get tired. So far, we haven't had any issues with that, so that's good. It did just occur to me I haven't saved in a long time, and I should save my game as soon as I can. We are leveling up at a surprising clip, though, so that's not too bad. Here's the... Oh, here it is. Travelogue. Save the game. Roy, Goma Highlands Road, level 7 Squire, almost 3 hours of play. On the way to meet Kraden. Hello. Finding trees will get you far in life. At least that's what it's done for us, Carver. Sure, man. Okay. I think I want to set Whirlwind as the... So we're not going to use fire for a while, I don't think. Okay. Up the tree, Matthew. Whenever he makes me mad, I'm not gonna call him Roy. I'm just gonna call him Matthew. Get called the canonical name instead if I get mad. Fire up a gondola to get it engaged. Don't fry your bacon if you actually ride one. Ah. Drone bee and a rat. Mash buttons. I do worry that we're already at the point where I can mash buttons like this, but we'll see if I get to keep it that way. You know, it just occurred to me that we already have the Psynergies we need on the 3 characters we already have. Because we have Move, Whirlwind, and Fireball on 3 different characters. So I wonder now, are we going to be pushed again to mix our gin to do different things, or... Okay, what am I supposed to do about this thing again? Don't fry your bacon if you actually ride one. Oh, you have to fire it up. Oh, I see. You have to use a fireball. Question. If I sit in this, can I... Oh, Psynergy. Here we go. There we go. That's actually a very neat invention. Ooh. Okay. This game, okay, I will say that's kind of good. I think that's pretty mint. What is mint? Raises agility permanently. You know what? Actually, I want to give that to this on... I kind of want to use this on Karis, if only to guarantee she goes first, you know? Like, I want her agility to be capped out. Because I think if her agility is capped out, then she will have... She'll always have priority, so if I need to heal, she'll always go first. I think that's a must. Should probably take this back the other way? No, probably not. Ah! Monkey. I don't know why, but this monkey confuses me. Is there any in any game? Doesn't matter if it's a turn-based RPG or you know, any other form of game. Is there an enemy that the first time you saw it, it confused the crap out of you? Like its appearance alone had you really considering what the heck was going on. I know most of the time my confusion is coming from a place of trepidation, you know, fear, because in a number of games I have seen enemies that genuinely had me in a mild panic. Okay, where did that Jin go? Where did he go? Where is he? Okay, question. Did that Jin just go ahead, or is he still in this area? I didn't see him, but God, I'm gonna be so paranoid this whole game about missing. Well, he went up here, so he must have left. Ah. Monkey. Alright, just mash buttons. Mash buttons. Mash buttons, it's fine. And I can use some of Roy's Psynergy to do a heal. I feel like Psynergy being able to heal also means that I don't need to buy items. I just need to be careful not to overdo it on healing. Okay, we are definitely at the stage. We're definitely at the stage in. We're at the stage in this game already where some of these fights I can just mash through. Might be a bad habit to stay in, so we won't try to keep it that way, but I do wonder if we're going to end up doing that a lot. Let's see, where am I? Hop over. Fell over. Let's see. Okay, so that one's now blocking. This puzzle ain't too bad. The puzzles so far haven't been brain busters, but I appreciate that they've been at least a decent challenge. This is a I think in terms of the puzzles, this game has a better... I would say this game has a pretty solid start. Enjoy the experience the great outdoors, climb a tree. You know what? I appreciate his candor because, holy crap, climbing trees is nice. When's the last time I climbed a tree? I can't even remember the last time I climbed a tree. Man. I gotta make a point of doing that sometime. I don't even know where I would climb a tree that I wouldn't just like fall out of it, but man, I gotta do that sometime. That would be nice. Just like, why climb a tree? It's like, because it's fun. Why else? Like, why climb? Why do anything? Just, like, have fun. Climb a tree. Themis's axe. How good is this? It's leagues better than the current weapon. Alright, question. What is this? Weapon skill. Oh, it has a weapon. Oh, they have like special weapon skills. What the heck? I don't think I've even been privy to such things. Interesting. So weapons come with special skills. What does that mean? Man, and now I'm just thinking about climbing trees. I'm just thinking about climbing trees now. That's not helping. That's not helpful. It's not conducive to me playing games. It's not conducive to my game design brain. It's just like, ah, yes, but climb tree. Monkey, ooh, climb trees. It's like, ah, yes, of course. Yes, of course. My academically, I understand. Monkey do want to climb tree. How marvelous. How do I get up to you? I just want to reach this. How do I reach you? There's got to be a way up there, but how do I get up there? Did I just take the gondola? Oh. Caught by surprise. Oh my god. Rat, goblin, ape. What a combo. Well, time to make them regret being born. Hit him with the earthquake, hit him with the whirlwind, and hit him with the, I don't know, like flare wall or something. Just hit him with everything. Enemy, not so much, but it's more so the level design in my book. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2 had a mad scientist medic layer that created Chimera that kind of got to me on playthroughs after the first. Use the cheats to bypass it because I didn't like it in reference to my mental disorder. I see. I feel like that's definitely a reason to avoid an area for sure, though, because like if a place in a game genuinely makes you uncomfortable, that's a reasonable thing where it's like, I guess to an extent, though, I have referred to places as, like, living things. So I think that counts as an enemy design. It's kind of like, if the place itself is supposed to be hostile, it is an enemy. It may sound silly to refer to it in the same language, but is a house not just, like... If you don't consider a house a living thing, I don't know, I think that seems... To me, that is sus. Can I hit that from here? I cannot. How do I get up there? Trying to figure out how to get up there. So I need to get the... I do need this... I think it's Venus or Mercury. Well, I need the wind element Jinn anyway, so we're gonna be here for a bit. How do I think I need to get up there, which means I need to get this working again. Yeah, I need the gondola working again. And to get to the gondola... Try and work with me here, please. Okay, hang on. I gotta observe the problem again. I think places being considered enemies is also reasonable to me. Maybe it's because I associate a lot of human traits to buildings. Because to me, the idea that a place is a living thing is a very reasonable and common idea. Maybe it might be because I regard people's houses as living things. Like, I don't like the idea of disrespecting a house or a building feels very unnatural. Even if a building has been there for hundreds of years, it's like, yeah, that means it's been old enough. It's that time to grow old enough to be able to have an opinion, you know? Aha! Hang in there, son. Yeah, this thing is gonna hold me forever. Oh, please find me a wind adept. How did I get here so fast? Yoey. Alright, the child is safe. Do you want to eventually redeem for the game, though? Because I think you'd find it interesting. But Dad, what are you going to do? I'll meet you back in Bilibin somehow. What should I tell Mom? She'll be worried sick. Oh, I see. One day, though. One day, though. Or I'm finding some other way back. I'll be fine. Run as fast as I can and let her know. You do that. You'll make it through. You'll make it home through the valley in plenty of time before dark. All right, good. Thanks again, kind strangers. You don't see true heroism very often these days. You wouldn't have to be Roy, would you? I am. We met an old man before the accident who asked if we'd seen a party of young adventurers. He asked to give you a message. With the bridge out, you'll need to cross the Goma Mountains a different way. Why is Kraden being so crotchety? Isaac's cabin is on a plateau. I see. We need to go that way. He's scouting out the alternate route, wants you to meet him there in the caves below some nearby ruins. Wanted me to point you in the direction of the ruins down the path just to the south. I don't think that's what at least that's what I think the old man said. He'll see you east of Bilibin sometime. Wish we had more nice people there. Well, that was nice. Look who's here. It's Isaac's son. Come hunting vortexes like your dad. Not what I wanted to do, but I'm here now. This vortex is the worst I've seen in a long time. It's torn my camp apart. This was the worst I've ever seen, Carver. Isaac's warned you about these Psynergy vortexes, right? Yes. What? You've even seen another huge one near the Tanglewood? Vicious suckers are pretty rare. I've never seen a vortex any bigger than this stump before, but this one's a monster. Okay. Maybe they're following you. Brought this one here. Try to pick a fight, don't be stupid. I like how both of them were like, alright, we'll settle down, everyone. No one brings the vortex. They pop up every 10 years. Yes, I do remember this happening 10 years ago, but I was just a kid then. Oh, so every 10 years, vortexes start showing up everywhere. Their parents are trying to figure out why this keeps happening. They're getting this big again. Something worse is brewing near Mount Aleph. The vortexes are plaguing the whole world then. These holes chugged on Psynergy, so I bet they're throwing Weyard's elemental balance out of whack. How do you guys know this stuff? Morning Moon? Not necessarily. Morning Moon won't emerge if this outbreak of vortexes can be stopped. Who could even stop one of those things? Hopefully that old alchemist Kraden is looking to swing through here earlier. Okay, I will say, this conversation is very exposition heavy, but... Kraden, did you say? Supposed to meet Kraden here. Are you the ones Kraden was meeting with? Because he... Hold on, what's happening now? It seems like it's getting larger. Or no, it's shrinking? I've seen that before, it shrank. Where are you going? Trying to figure out a way past the vortex to the other side? We have to check on the rest of the camp. Maybe the gondolas can get us past it. And hop to it, man. No vortex is gonna get the best of me. Oh, Carver's gonna launch himself. I came up here for something else, but can I please... Not so sure about this gondola. What do you think? Any hope for this whole thing? Or can we... Can I go around? I need to get that gin that's on the other side of you guys. These gondolas on its last legs. Are you sure? Oh. Oh, it even shrank and disappeared too. How crazy. Well, I'm sure now. Good thing that didn't have it while riding it. How about this one then? Not sure. Same thing could happen for all I know. Not sure. What kind of assessment is that? Oh, poor guy. It's shaky. I doubt it'll support anyone's weight for long. Why is the music so tense the whole time, though? Might hold together, but just barely. Barely, that's better than nothing. Hang on, Carver. I'm not actually going to ride it. He just rides it, goes sailing off into the abyss. Another one of your crazy schemes. You call yourself a lumberjack, show some gumption. Oh boy. No chance of this thing's too rickety. Need a lot of speed. You'll start falling to pieces right after I start riding it. As soon as I get on, you two use grip Psynergy at the same time to give it a good yank. Grip Psynergy. Is that the one I know? Earth-based Psynergy, you grasp faraway objects and bring them close. Huh, pretty clever. What if that doesn't do the trick? It will. Grip the machine with everything you got. You do know that this will finish off the gondola, right? And you go over to see how the other side of the camp is faring. This guy is very reckless. Also, yeah, I think one thing I'm seeing is that cutscenes seem to be... I think cutscenes seem to be running a lot longer I don't know you, but I'm in awe of Carver. Of course you would say that. I'm surprised he didn't volunteer for his crazy plan. Watch this, kids. It's about to get real interesting. All right, man, get ready. Hurry it up. Rip it. Good luck, Carver. I don't think he landed where they were expecting him to go. Can't believe it. Carver made it across. Wrong now, Karis. He already made it, but he broke the gondola completely. And we have no way to get it to the only valley that cuts through the Goma Mountains. Once we find Kraden, how will we get to Bilbin and Morgul beyond to get that feather? You guys planning to travel to Bilbin on the other side of the mountains? Yes. Still reach Bilbin, there's another route. Let me guess. Caves under the Kalmpa ruins go into the Goma Mountains and branch in two directions. Caves come up in the north near Bilbin and down south in the bottom half of Angara. If you're that eager to reach Bilbin, I'd find those caves using the north branch. Just one problem. A gate bars the way to the ruins. You need a pass to get through, but you can get a pass from the Psynergy. Oh, we already did that. Then you will get a smart bunch of adepts. You'll use your Psynergy to make your way through the Kalmpa ruins. Okay, so this is basically... Okay, if you didn't do that before, then now you have to go do it. Okay, but how do I... Hang on. Yep, there we go. Okay, that's what I wanted. Yes. Yes! Okay, good. Good. Okay, good. Very good. Excellent. Okay, cool. I found what I wanted. Thank God. Okay. Now I can go get that gin. Okay. You there. How do I reach you? Oh, no, that's right. I need to go this way first. I need to hit that thing with a fireball, I think. Okay. There we go. So now we just need to get on this thing and use a fireball again, and then we can go across. I'll be honest, I was more excited about this puzzle than I was that entire cutscene with Carver. I think the tough thing is that whole thing with Carver doesn't feel like it was... It feels more like it was meant to convey information about, okay, here's where you're going and how you're going to get to the place you want to go to now. But it didn't quite feel like it was making... Besides the introduction of Carver, it didn't feel like it introduced more. It introduced a whole lot more to our adventure. Feels kind of like, okay, if we see Carver later, then yeah, it's like, oh, you met Carver already, but it doesn't quite feel as impactful as it could have been. Hello. Ah, Jupiter Jin appeared. Oh, this will be pretty quick, I think. Hopefully it'll be quick. Who knows? S Whirlwind. Ow. Oh, he only targeted 2, though, so that's fine. You know what I could do? I could probably just cast Fresh Breeze and just heal up our team. No reason not to. Ow. Probably could just do it every other turn, heal, every other turn attack, sort of thing. Never mind, we won. Yeah, I think so far fights have been pretty much... I think fights have been a little too easy. Even at this point in the game, I feel like fights have been a little too simple for me. Fleet Spirit is first encountered at the Goma Highlands. Return speed always gets the jump. Let me take a quick look at... The main thing I wanted to see was what's the status now on Karis now that we got that boost. Honestly, yeah, that's pretty good. That is actually a pretty solid boost to the stats. All right, excellent. All right, cool. I could take if I take the gondola back over, that would be faster. That would be faster than me taking the long way around, so I'll just take the gondola back. No reason to overdo it. There we go. Easy peasy. I think the 3D modeling they've done for this game is matched by its texturing. I think maybe one thing about this that might be part of the artistic dissonance between the other two games and this might, at least if I were to guess, I would probably say it would be something to do with the fact that this is because it's actual 3D and not the faux 3D that you got with the Golden Sun GBA games. I can see that some people might be a little less excited to see the visual direction of this game, but I think it follows the direction pretty well of what was being done in the original games, like what the vision would have been. At least from what I've seen, that's what it feels like. Fine, nothing in the drawers. Is there a bookshelf somewhere? Goma gondolas. You get a chance to look into the 3D site I shared with you. I did at least look at it. I will confess that anything AI powered, I do tend to be pretty... It was the one that was the 3D casting. I remember I did take a gander at the site itself. I remember, I'm gonna make sure I appraise myself of it again. Oh, I have the moment. Yeah, it's like anything that says AI powered, I always get a little leery of. I do think that that the idea and application seems quite excellent. It seems like quite an excellent idea. I do worry. My worry was that it's like, okay, when you say AI powered, what is actually the meaning there? You know, that's the thing I always get a little bit concerned with. But let me look at the site again on the side here on my phone. Yeah, image to 3D, text to 3D. What is it doing? It says cutting edge AI. The fact that it uses PBR is kind of surprising, but does it have a guarantee of how it is, what it is doing? Not say how. Let's see. How accurate, blah, 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 blah. Is there email? Oh. Yeah, it does not say where you get the... The only thing that concerns me is I don't see terms of service. The thing that I always get a little concerned with stuff like that is like, okay, what is the... What is the method by which it is... Like, how is it learn? What does it mean when it says AI powered? You know, like, what is it learning from? What is it practicing on? And that's the sort of stuff that always makes me raise an eyebrow, like... It's the sort of thing that I always go like, okay, what is the... Let's see, how does it say here? AI technology, AI customer output... Yeah, it's one of those things where I always get a little leery, but I think the concept is very cool. Because the idea of like take an image, turn it into an object is quite cool. But it is quite a fascinating system though to devise though, to like, okay, take this object, turn it into a 3D model to cast it. Finding Jin, explore caves thoroughly and enjoy all the travel through all the wayward paths. That's why I asked, because I wanted to see if you found out anything. I didn't find anything that was conclusively saying where they were getting the, like, how they were training their systems and what does it actually mean? It seems like this is probably the thing that has made a lot of people leery of AI as a concept, like the way that people have been using the term. Even though there is, up to this point, there is only one entity I consider actually artificial intelligence. And the only entity that I think is even close to that is, there's a streamer named Vedal. His Neuro and Evil are the only two entities on the planet I consider true AI. Because I think, ironically, it's because of the thing that most AI fails to do, is that when Pinocchio wanted to become a real boy, it's because he had a heart in there. There is a human element to it that is irrational. And I think that's the thing that was put into... That's the sort of thing that was put into those two that I think is missing from a lot of the other supposed AI, as it were, you know? And I think that's something that is very hard to like fake, you know? If I were to say it like that, it feels like it's very hard to fake that. But I would say that also because I think with anything that's again, it's like when someone says AI, whenever someone says AI, I'm always just like, what do you mean by that? Staff. Gale Force Merc. You know what? Sure, I'll buy that for Karis. Yes. It's all yours. Equip, and then we sell the thing for 30 coins. But I think that in this one in particular, I don't know. The problem, and what I was going to say though, is that the thing that makes AI very like wary for a lot of people in the know is that it's specifically that it feels like snake oil, right? Not the ad break. It feels like, okay, what is actually going on in there? And that's because it's very hard to know what's going on behind the scenes. It's like, you know, it makes people kind of like, you know, tilt their head a little. Give it a leery look. I'm gonna sell Bramble Seed. I'm gonna sell the long sword. I could sell the pass, that's funny. Anything else we need to sell while we're here? Alright. Oh, we menued up a little bit, so that's pretty good. How are you doing so far? How much is it to stay at this place? It's 12 coins a room. Oh, that's right, because every single place gets more expensive to stay in. I remember now. Yep. Yeah. But I think it's one of those things where I think AI in general has its greatest problem is that for every single person trying to use it in a legitimate and helpful way for the technology and for people, there is somebody trying to swindle people with it. It's just like any other new technology, any other, you know, thing that is easy to hide the facts with. It's not a new thing, but I think with AI, it's that it became so rapidly clear that what it does is not universally good for everybody. And I think that's what's kicking it in the pants more. In this house. Can't open the door from this side, it's firmly shut. Huh. One from the back somewhere? Nope. Blech. Oh well. The bridge out, no one can get to the valley that crosses the Goma valleys. I've heard the depths can take another path that goes under the mountains. Yes. I'm gonna wait a moment. Alright, I want to observe the overworld here. Okay, one thing that is... Okay, I will say, one thing I did just notice. The river, I can definitely tell is a moving textures. Because it's not blending quite as seamlessly. It's a fantastic blend, but it's not quite there. I might just run around in a circle to... Hang on. Wait. I'll get a battle while the ad break finishes up. Easy 5 experience or something, you know? Oh, it's 20. Oh, never mind. Really? 20 experience for that? But anyway, as I was saying, though, I think with a lot of AI anything, it's like, even if somebody's designing it with, you know, really pure intentions, the tough thing is that there is... For every single pure-hearted person working on it, there is somebody working with it with the express intent of trying to swindle people. Or at the very minimum, trying to capitalize on the big buzzwords of the day. But that's been true every year, every decade of technology. There is always something with the recent wave of technology that people will try to take advantage of. But I don't think it's necessarily new that people are going to try stuff like that, but I do think that with... I think the particular ideas in the technology do make it a lot easier to be wary of it. There's a lot of stuff about it that feels very much like, okay, how ethical is it to really use these things, you know? Personally, I think, and this is, did I get the gin from town? I did get... I have 3. I got the one. I got Gust. I got that one. I did the loop around and ran up and down and found it. Thankfully, it wasn't too bad to get up there. It was a bit of a concern, but I did get up there. There's an ice one there, too. There's an ice one, too? Okay, hang on. I'll go back. Let me go see if I can even reach it. Let me go see. If I can't reach it yet, then I won't worry about it right now, but... let me see what I can do. Let's see what's possible. I will say the number of times... the number of times that Karis has been the one taking the whoopings, it does concern me why everybody keeps attacking her, but I think we'll be okay. There we go. Let me go back and see about that ice one. Let me see if I can get something. Might be worth it just to go back and forth anyway for the extra experience. It might be worth the work. All right, where? Let me see if I can visually see where the ice one is. Then I'll try and figure out how to get to him. If I can't actually reach it at this point in the game, if I can't actually reach the Djinn, then I won't worry about it. But if I can reach it, then I will try. Can I talk? You know what? Hang on. Let me see. Oh, you know what it might be? It might be a talk to people thing. Because I remember there was a Djinn in. There's a few Djinn in Golden in both the first Golden Sun and the Lost Age that it was like, oh yeah, go talk to this random person, and she'll just give you a Djinn for fun. And I just sit there thinking, yep, of course, makes sense. Do like the music in this game a fair bit. Something in me is thinking it's similar to. You look at the map, there's another exit in the south of the map. South of the map. This one, I think. Can I jump to the tree, please? Game, I see the tree. Let me... It's right there. It's right there. I think it's supposed to be that tree, but I can't reach it. It won't let me jump to it. I do see what you mean. There's a tree right here, but I can't quite reach it. Or is it jump from here? Oh, it's jump from here. There it is. That's the jump. I thought it was jump to the tree. Aha! There he is. You there, small one. You will join my party. Hello, egregious creature. I understand you on the snake oil. Ads took nearly all your words, but I actually trust you on your opinions on it. Because others I think would go 0 to 100 real quick when all I want is an honest look into something. See, I think the thing is it's like, to observe technology blindly would be to make an opinion right away and to say it's 100% bad. But to me, I think I think the trouble is that a lot of the verbiage around it ignores the fact that none of it is I think it's the terminology itself that feels like its biggest weakness. If it was just simply something, if it was called something like, instead of saying you made AI generated imagery, you did something like algorithmically generated or something, then I don't think people would be as angry about it. Because it's like, oh, I fed it into I fed words to an algorithm, it made an image. It has a database of reference images to try and draw these images. If you say it like that, it feels more mathematical. It does not feel like an affront to artists. It feels a bit like when people were making animatronics. I guess animatronics is a bad word to say it to describe it, but it would be automatons. When people were making automatons that wrote words and we're playing instruments, it feels a bit like it would be like that, where it's not going to affect real artists to see a machine do a process to do something, and doing something that a person can not only do better or, you know, do at the same level, but they can do so and enjoy it, which is a big difference here in the technology. Is that the algorithm, an AI implies that there is intelligence behind it. That is not the case. Because, and that's the thing I think most people get hung up on, is that they think it's some ghost machine that wants to steal and wants to take. And it's like, no, it's a machine. It's like, does your refrigerator have a moral compass? No. It does what it does. It's like, the computer does not have a moral compass, and it's the people who make the thing that have to make the ethical decisions and make the decisions of creative and subjective values and taste. It's not something that a computer will work off of the rules it's given. And if the rules make sense to it, it will do things within those parameters and those rules. But it's one of those things where I don't think blindly hating the technology will help, you know? But I recognize that, like, this particular thing you showed me, it's like, well, it's clearly a very cool program. It's doing something very neat, and it's doing something of a niche that needs to be filled. Because taking an image and turning it into a 3D object is a really hard thing to do. And most of the time you do it by hand. It would take you some time. And maybe if you do it by hand and you learn how to 3D model, you'll like that process more than having an algorithm do it for you. Maybe. But if you just want something to understand the concept, it's a good program to use. But it raises questions of, okay, how is it learning to do this? What do you mean by, what is actually powering the machine that we are handing this to? That's the sort of stuff that makes a lot of people raise their eyebrows and get scared. They get nervous about it because they don't know. The key is transparency. If people are transparent about the way that their technology is working and what it's going to do, there'd be a lot less confusion and a lot less arguing. And I actually do know that's why the new Crazy Taxi game is getting flack, because a lot of people are worried that, oh, the Crazy Taxi devs are using AI generated stuff in the game. What does that mean for the rest of Sega? Which Sega has a very clear stance on it, that each individual studio makes the choices. If 99% of the studios don't use AI, and the one that's doing Crazy Taxi happens to do so, but the second it's like somebody hears it and it feels, instead of it being like, this is a thing this particular group is doing, it poisons the water. It implies to people, or, well, it doesn't even poison the water, it implies a poisoning of the water. It implies that everyone involved tangentially to it is complicit. But, you know, it's just one of those things where it's like, how do you, as a developer, what do you do? And it's like, and as like a person, what do you do? And it's like, well, I think the best choice, honestly, is just like, okay, what would be the best way to, let's see, what do I want from this, man? You know what? I think I'm gonna just leave this where it is. I'll leave Chill where he is. He's good. But I know this is a big tangent, but I just think that, like, most developers, at least to me, I think 99% of developers will make personal decisions on it. And while I'll have mine about the games I play and the games I make in terms of the tools and the tools I want to use, I don't necessarily find it to be some sort of, I don't think it'll be something that I will stay the same on forever. I reckon that it's something that, as the technology is refined, as people stop using it for things that are stupid. First, I'd like to learn CAD, but I'd prefer to have a teacher to learn from. I think tutorials do only get you so far. Like, YouTube tutorials are really good for this sort of stuff, but I think having a teacher or a class to follow is much better for this sort of thing. Especially because a class, especially for skills like CAD or programming, having a deadline, a set of restrictions, and a project that is being assigned to you, it takes away a lot of the worry of, okay, what am I actually trying to learn the skill for? And by having something directing your energy and your approach, I think it makes it easier to learn. I know that for programming, there's a couple of different online courses that people can take. I think CAD has online courses as well. I could... Where am I going again? Why are you here? I see. Why is this guy just out here? My dude is really just out here. Okay. Why is he here? Oh, this is going to be a pain in the neck, isn't it? Oh my god, the number of Jin we're going to have is going to drive me nuts, isn't it? Oh no, brother. Oh no. Hang on, we're going to set that... I think I want to set that to... Yeah, I'm going to set this to Tyrell, because I think Tyrell getting... He really does need higher attack stats. My boy is dying over here. He is starving. You know what's funny? How much stuff do I want? Like, as in how much do I want to know, or how much do I want to find? Because in terms of how much I want to find, it'll probably be, with this game, depending on... If I feel very underpowered, then we might need to adjust accordingly, but... I think for the most part, it'll be... We'll see what we can get, and then... If later in the game we have a method to make it easier to go backwards, and we need it, we can go back and get stuff. If we need a guide, we will definitely pop it open, though. Okay, real talk. I don't think I remember where I was going. Atlas, where am I going? Where did I end up? Carver's Lumberyard. I think this is where I'm supposed to be, right? Feel like I... Hang on, I gotta... Okay, you know what's really stupid? I know this is really bad of me. I actually do need to go ask them how to get there again, because I straight up forgot where to go. Straight up forgot where I'm going. I do, to find, because I do remember some stuff, there are also several points of no return. There's several points of no return? Oh, brother. Why would they do that? Several points of no return, huh? Good God, why is this game so brutal about it? We might, you know what, Namaha, we might need to. It might be worth it. I think if it's 100, like, I would say if it's gonna be one where it's like, maybe not, I would say that if I miss something, that would be the point to call it out, rather than firmly directing it the whole way through. Oh, hang on, I need to ask those guys what the... Sir, how do I get there? Want to hear about the alternate way past the Goma Range? Yes. Far below the Kompa ruins, a sprawling series of caves. Caught under the Goma ruins. The cave is supposed to be hard to reach from the ruins and even hard to survive. Okay, but which... Okay, so it's not the... So... I'm guessing then that Carver's Lumberyard is probably an optional area that I can do for some extra stuff then. If this isn't where I'm supposed to be, then it must be an optional area where I can get stuff. Hello. Going across the Highlands, what's been save your strength for chopping, take the gondola. Okay. Or was I here earlier? No, I don't think I was. Let me walk around and double check. What is there here? What is there here for me to do is the question. Or is this where I'm supposed to be? I swear, I'm going to be paranoid about this whole place for a very long time, aren't I? Okay, wait. Hang on, what? The gondola is just the... I feel like this gondola is just... You take the gondola, you go across, that's it. The only real downside is we only have the two... I feel like having so many different Psynergies that we need to use all the time. Oh god, where am I going? Where am I going? I did not double check where I actually am. Where am I going? Oh. I think this is where I'm supposed to be. I think this is where I'm supposed to go. Yeah, I'm guessing that... Oh, wait, this is where we... This is where we... Yeah, this is the lumberyard where I... Yeah, this is the one that we start... That... Oh, god dang it. Question. Where did... Okay. God. I have several questions, actually. And now I'm back in front of Highlands Road. I feel like this is exactly where I'm not supposed to be. Hang on, I'm gonna head back. God dang it. Gobbling is gonna die. I feel like I'm getting myself mixed up right now. I think that's on me. Okay, question. Can I go... I'm a Highlands Road? No, not the... Does that rock stay down, or did I just royally mess up? Nope, never mind, it stays down. Okay, so this gondola shortcut is now open. I can go back and forth accordingly. Your watch reset your settings. Oh, that sucks. I feel like it's funny whenever I see Celsius temperature. I feel like Celsius makes more sense scientifically. Fahrenheit, I do agree with the American adage that Fahrenheit feels like a better measure of person hot. Like, how does it feel for the how does it feel like it's like a better scientific measurement for subjective feeling of heat, if that makes any sense. Like, basically, I think Fahrenheit works better for medical and the description of weather, because I feel like if someone says 18 Celsius, I'm like, I don't know what that means. But when someone says 100 degrees Fahrenheit, I know that's hot. That's hot. That's like you sit down on the sidewalk and you melt your like lower spine hot. You know, that's the sort of hot that like that's the sort of hot that they warn you about in like every measure, you know? Oh god, it changed all my... What the heck did it do? Okay, wait, real talk, what the heck did using the water gen do to my Psynergies? I do have a question. Do I still have move? Still have move, right? Yeah, I still have move. Okay. Retreat, growth, cure, poison. Okay, I don't want those. Because having cure was actually... You're about to miss something. God dang it. Oh my god. Losing... Wait, we lose fresh breeze. But we gain prism and impact. Okay, I'm gonna make that switch. Oh god, but wait, I don't want to. Okay, hang on. God, that sucks. Sucks because I want her to be a healer more than I want Isaac to be a healer. I'm about to miss something. God, this place must be massive if there's this much stuff to miss. Good god, man. All right, now the real problem is, I'm gonna be honest, I think now I'm starting to realize that this might be a lot harder to do than... I'm wondering now if this system will work or not, because this does seriously feel like, okay, how do we begin, like, how much stuff am I willing to agonize over, you know? I guess the question is it an item or is it a Djinn? I think Djinn should be the only time I stop myself. I think that is maybe that should be the system. Because weapons and armor are transient. They're transient. There is not a time where I will not find better equipment in the future. But I feel like in this game's case, Wolf King Cub appeared. Summon tablet, so Djinn related. Oh god dang it. Where? Okay, but how? Is it back on the other side with the gondola, or is it? Oh wait, no, the cave. The cave there. I remember. Okay, hang on. I can go get that really quick. If we need to go a bit overtime, that's fine. Let me, because I'd like to get to the gate before I end stream today. I know where the gate is now. Let me. That cave. Okay, so I have to get into that cave in the lumberyard. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Right over here. Okay, so I need to solve the riddle of the lumberjack. You know, like you do. Okay, but how do I swear I'm driving myself. Wait a minute. Aha! I see it. I understand. I bloom understanding. Real talk, can I? Ah, there we go. Pull, okay. Run, climb the tree. I don't know if this is a timed thing or not, but I'm not going to stay too long to find out. Okay. Excellent. All right, fire. I'm gonna guess it's... I feel like with this game's main policy will just be check dungeons over in their entirety. What did I acquire? Oh, wingdings. I know that. Or Greek or something. Then again, every language I can't read is Greek to me. Roy can now summon Zagan. Summon Zagan, you need the following Djinn on standby. 1 Venus, 1 Mars. Oh. Oh my god, I just realized how many of those I'm gonna have to find. Oh, god damn it. It just like kicked in the back of my brain of, hey, do you remember having to find all these? And I'm like, oh god. It just like kicked in the back of my brain. Oh, hey, do you remember how many of these you had to find in the Lost Age when you were looking for them? Now imagine we double that. What if we double it and give it to the next person? But it's murder charges or something. It's summon tablets. Double it and give it to the next protagonist. And Matthew's just standing there with a little sad... He has the little sad face over his head, like, oh no. How many tablets are there? Like 80? Yes. Imagine if they made him find 80 tablets. Oh my god, it would kill him. Poor baby boy. He's growing on me. I think his design is still basic, but he's growing on me. I'm liking this. I'm liking this guy. Conpug Gate. My creaky bones are here visitors. Who's ringing my bell? What business do you have here at my gate? 8 trillion tablets. Please open up. I need to get through. 5 gorillion tablets. Show me your gate card and I'll open up for you. Well, I appreciate this old man being as he is. Good for him. Go on through. Thank you. Good luck in your travels. I imagine the way it sounds when he talks through that is it sounds like the, do you guys remember on playgrounds they'd have like those like horn things that would just like, you just yell into them and your voice would go through them? It comes out all tinny on the other side. I imagine it's just like that. It comes out the other side and it sounds like the teacher from the Peanuts. Oh man. I had to watch a weird amount of the Peanuts cartoon show, like of the TV show. Because we had to watch the like various holiday specials, and then also had to watch the. Also had to watch. There was one special I remember watching. I don't remember why they were like, "Yeah, listen, man, we're gonna show the kids this." Do I want to pass through? Yes, please. You've got the card, so I'll open it up. Well, I appreciate this old man for being so friendly. But I remember watching the one, it was the Peanuts episode. You know what? Actually, I just realized that's probably I don't want to say it's a triggering topic, but I definitely feel like it'd be insensitive for me to mention it so flippantly. But it's one of those ones where I'm like, why are we watching this it's like we're kids, like we are kids. Why are we watching the episode that is like the most traumatic, like emotional, like roller coaster that Charlie Brown has to go through? Like, holy crap, dude. I thought the Christmas and the Halloween episode were like a bit messed up for him because he's like, he has to learn the meaning of the holiday, but like this one was like genuinely dark. It was like, I'm like, geez, man. Like, why'd you have to like, what was like, and we watched this in class? Jin got, oh, back there, or oh, back there probably. God dang it. Hang on. Nuts and bolts. Hang on. Yeah, god dang it. Hang on, we're going back. The sheer number of Jin in this game is already making my head hurt. The fact that it's like this game kind of took like, because it used to be Jin were kind of like, okay, they were a consistent experience, but they were not like a horrifyingly like, it feels like Jin are now just like, it's like everyone and their grandma has Jin crawling out of their houses. Look at your map when you go in. Okay, hang on, let me look. Ow. Look at my map when I go in. Got it. Let me look. He's dead. Everyone in McKinney is dead. All right, let me see. Map. The map. Mason, the map. There. It's over there. Oh, I see. God, the sheer number of Jin. It is seriously concerning me how many of these there are. Why is there so many? Why is there so many of these dudes? I did not see where he went. Where did he go? Oh, crap baskets. Where did he go? Oh, God. Where did he go? Oh, no, I was not. I looked, I blinked, and now he is gone. Where is he? If I just... Oh, there he is. Ah. Hello, friend. Oop. It's the healing earth Jin, I see. Yeah, I feel like this game having so many Jin is causing me a fair amount of confusion. I do this. So Karis loses Bolt, Flash Bolts, Growth, and Cure. And she... Oh, jeez. What happens when I pull my cables? Okay. Well... Problem is that she already lost her... Well, we'll do this for now. We'll just do it for now, because that's... I think that's better. Maybe. It's nice. Alright, we'll leave it at that. Okay. We do have to call it for tonight, though, because we are at time. And I think this is a good spot to leave off on, because we have all the Jin we can. Yeah, I think the number of Jin in this game is a bit concerning, because we actually are, like... This is actually a bit stressful to have to... Every map... Basically, every area we've been in up to this point has had a Jin in it. Because... Pardon me. The first two games... I didn't feel like I had to check everywhere. It just was like, oh, be thorough in your map checking. Not every single area has... I guess the good thing is that the map does show it. And that's a good feature. But it is also going to make me nervous every time I leave an area, and if I don't find one, I'm going to think I missed one. So, yeah. But that's thoughts for the future. For now, though, thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who came by, couldn't stay to the end. I mean... Still, here's the thing. The beginning was kind of slow, but I don't think this game is missing. I don't think it's missing anything. I think it's just. I think some of the dialogue has been a bit strange, and I think some of the pacing has definitely been a bit odd. But I think overall, game is looking good so far. Personally, I think it's looking pretty solid. And yeah, I think as we go further, we'll see what this game really has. This introduction, though, I think is a very mixed bag as a first impression. First two games at 72 Jin, split between two games. This has 72 Jin in one game. That is also true. And this game, as I recall from how long to beat, it is also. Let me double check, but I think it's also a fair grade shorter, from what I understand. See, original Golden Sun takes 22 to 28 hours. Golden Sun Lost Age says 31 and a half hours. 100% for 40 hours is 100%. And I think my own streaming series would corroborate the average of those times. So 50 hours for those two. How long does it take for Golden Sun Dark Dawn according to the interweb? 35 hours. So it would be the two games combined would be about 50% larger. Yeah, that's actually kind of crazy, because if it's supposed to be 50% longer to play the two games together, then this game is trying to shove a lot into one space. That is going to be a hard landing to stick. So I'm curious what they'll do with it. So, but we are going to see it to the end. I know that besides some optional content that would be considered, you know, like beating the game, and some other games that I've had to beat off, I've had to do some things off stream. I do prefer my policy of whenever I start a game, I finish it. I think that's better for my sanity and also better for... I think it's better for me because I like finishing games. I really like actually playing a game all the way through more than I do playing a great deal of games. I still end up playing a lot of games each year, but I like finishing them more now. I think streaming has especially made me very adamant about finishing games. Even if I think there's only one game this year I didn't finish when I started it. And that one's when I started off stream, so no one has to worry about it. But I did start it, and I got to a certain point, and I just couldn't keep up anymore. I just was like, all right, man, I'm good. I'm tapping out. But I'll talk about that probably at the tier list, and it's probably going to get somebody to yell at me. I hope this is the year someone yells at me about my opinions. I don't know. It just means that I'm getting the right attention, you know? It's like somebody's like, hey, this guy has opinions. Anyway, thank you all for coming by. Let's see. Tomorrow, we're continuing Neo, The World Ends With You. Sunday is going to start a mini-series on its own. I am going to be playing Ocarina of Time. And I'll talk about it more when we get to it, but I did not get very far in my own playthroughs as a kid in Ocarina of Time. So I will be trying to actually finish the game this time. Not 100%, but I will try to finish it. So, yeah. I'll be seeing you guys then. I'll look really quick. I don't know if I want to raid out today. I think I need to get some sleep. Very eepy today. But I should raid out if I can. I should be better about it. You ever just see somebody you follow? Like, I feel like sometimes I see people I follow and I'm like, who is this person again? I feel like I don't know who this is. Oh, Kingdom Hearts again. Let's see. Let me... Site. We're playing Kingdom Hearts 1. Have some decent vibe. I like this boss fight. We will go there. This seems like a good place to. Okay. Alrighty. Well, now whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now and thank you so much. I'll see you soon. Let's raid out, shall we?